the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
Goose chapter 6. Hello and welcome to our PAX panel, Esports in School and Exciting Learning. My name's Kate Fakay and I'm ACME's Games in Education Coordinator. I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners, the people of the Kulin Nation, on whose land we meet, share and work. We pay our respects to elders past and present and extend our respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people from all nations of the land. Today's panel includes teachers, industry professionals and esports athletes. I'd like to thank our panellists for joining us today. First, we're going to let the panellists briefly introduce themselves. Then we'll dive into a discussion about the benefits of esports in education and some of the risks. And we'll look at what it's like now and where it's going. Then we'll finish off with some tips on how to get started using esports in your classroom. So I'd like to first of all welcome and thank Eileen Bell. Eileen was the first professional gamer in Australia. She won the Women in Games Esports Achievement Award in 2018. She now combines her love of business and gaming to consult on the emerging markets of technology and esports and what it means for corporate strategy and trend. So Eileen, can you tell us a bit about yourself and how you began your career in esports?
Sure, thanks Kate. Thanks for inviting me onto this panel. I'm sure it's going to be an exceptional discussion throughout. Thanks for that intro. I guess I started gaming at the ripe age of 3 years old. My uncle put a console into my hands and was in love ever since. And then, once esports really took off, I think it was, back in 2008, really. We didn't have YouTube. We didn't have any streaming types of platforms then. So it didn't really take off then, but I got into competitive gaming and loved it. And then since then, I've worked in the financial services industry and now Cisco, but also I guess I still consult on really the gamification side of things, where esports is going, why it's so popular and really why it resonates with the younger generation at the moment as well. And it is quite topical, of course. So that's sort of where I'm at the moment. And yeah, I just thoroughly enjoy esports, I guess.
Excellent. Can't wait to find out more about what the reality of being an esports professional involves later. Duncan Trickey is a secondary social studies teacher who has a core e-fellowship, originally focused on the esports into the curriculum, on getting esports into the curriculum. But he said that this is somewhat adapted to addressing the gender balance in esports. He's joining us from Dunedin in New Zealand with Erica, who's the captain of his esports team at Otago Girls High School. So thanks for joining us both. Duncan, we'll start with you.
Kia ora, Kate, and thanks for that lovely introduction. So I think myself with gaming, I've been fascinated with gaming from a young age, and probably date myself by saying I can remember when Duke Nukem 3D first came out, and I was the very small Atari console. That was my generation, and then onto the Amiga 2000. But on top of that, I've always been kind of wargamer strategy kind of focus on things. So I'm also the teacher in charge of sport at Otago Girls. So when at the end of last year, I started kind of looking at this focus, and I was actually looking at sports analysis, and I looking at a kind of deficit in some of the skills I thought there might be around sports analysis, and then fell into kind of esports and looking at that and what it was, what skills we can see through that and develop and grow. So from that, I started putting a research paper proposal together for core education, and that's adapted into looking at the gender deficit in esports and how we can make it a safe place for all our female gamers, because we're in an all-girls school here. So that started with making an esports team, and then that esports team like being a steering group to say where we're going to go. And so we're going to be combining with Otago boys, hopefully, and then starting some competitive gaming very soon.
Right.
Yeah.
So an inter-school championship.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going to be going, and we're also going to look at how we can go a bit more nationwide and possibly international, just depending on where we can fit it in.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay, because Let's Play Live is just one of, I think, 5 or 6 organisations that do run high school leagues in New Zealand. I'm interested to know, Erica, have you been sort of watching esports developing in New Zealand and been really keen to get started as a player, or is this something that's new to you?
Well, esports is really new to me. I've always liked gaming. And I think this year when Mr. Tricky started the esports club, I wanted to just test the waters and see how I felt about competitive gaming. Mm-hmm. And I think I really like it. So, and
great.
I'm ready to see how it takes on in the future.
And how big's your team? How many of you play in a team?
So about like 5 of us. 5 of us?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very small.
Okay. And how did the sort of move to competitive gaming feel?
It didn't feel too different. It was actually quite fun to play with other people.
Darren Kwan, I might throw to you. Darren is the founding president of Esports League Australia, EAL. Darren was a driving force for Australian membership to the International Esports Federation. The Australian Esports League has a well-established tertiary league with 13,000 players already. Your high school league, though, is just beginning. So tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the introduction. Lovely to be here. Yeah, so the Australian Esports League is a program we started to focus in on building grassroots infrastructure. It's something that it has always been missing for esports over its entire development life cycle. So we began in 2018, as you mentioned, with our tertiary league. That started a movement in the university space where there was 1 or 2 gaming clubs on campuses spread around, and now we have 40 of those. and we're starting to really see that mature with our partnership with Unisport Australia. And so when we looked at the high school space, we recognised the same kind of movement needs to begin, and we take a very sophisticated approach where we speak to IP holders, so all the game publishers. We work out how they see their game operating in the space, what their aspirations for the game is, what kind of support cycles are in the game, and in their development timeline as well. Because that's really important when we start talking about high school students who are growing and they're looking to their future and they're trying to figure out what are they investing their time in, so that when they reach adulthood, they're entering into a world that's really serving them and meaningful for them. And so we also talk to a lot of the educators. So we've spoken to departments of education in different states and their representatives. We've spoken to different school bodies, the group school bodies, and then also to teachers on the ground. And we constantly get parents and high schoolers reaching out, asking, is there stuff for them to do? What can they do to help their kids along? A lot of parents are quite supportive, that we find. Not many have questioned esports. I think we're in a time and age where it's well understood, and now it's more about, well, how do I take that passion and interest into something meaningful? So when we structured our high school league, and we've been doing a bit of testing and soft touching at the moment, and unfortunately this year we couldn't launch our full program, which involved a lot of mass gatherings and live student mixing. But next year, or when it's safe to, we will. We've been doing an interesting program around promoting not just the competition, which is the baseline of the activity, which is online right now, but also the idea that there's a warm up, warm down. There's things to consider around high performance and how you can improve your competitive play. And we also talk about inside that, how you can say in the sort of homework hours, that gaming now becomes part of and fits neatly within a structured afternoon or evening for young high schoolers. And so that looks like, the message is, when you want to game, let's game with meaning in a social structured environment with a lot of benefits around cognitive development, playing with community, participating in a sport, because we look at esports as the sport of playing video games. And then also that you can say, well, if that begins at 7 o'clock or 6 o'clock, then I know the structure of my night, and I can use that as a parent to have that conversation with my children around, when you play, and how you balance your lifestyle. And we think for high schoolers, as they grow through that, they'll have that in there as a knowledge base for the rest of their life.
Absolutely. I can't wait to get some of your tips for teachers wanting to get started a little bit later as well. Thank you so much, Darren. Dr. Matt Harrison. Matt, you have many hats as well at the University of Melbourne. He's a lecturer and researcher in autism, video games and inclusion. And as the co-founder of Next Level Social Skills, Matt runs the Satellite Base Room, a game club for neurodiverse learners and students with complex disabilities. Matt, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your work, and why video games work well for inclusive learning?
Thanks, Kate. This is a really exciting panel. One common theme from all the panels so far is that I too grew up playing video games. I'm a gamer. I'm probably more of Duncan's vintage, I believe, playing it was Warcraft 2 on LAN with my brother and other kids in the neighbourhood. And that really informed a lot of my sort of social experiences growing up. And that's something I took with me into the classroom when I was teaching. I was working with a group of kids about, my second year into my teaching career, and these were students who had complex needs, and some of the students had diagnosed labels of disability as well. But one thing we all connected around was games, and this idea of us being gamers rather than these other labels. We're all gamers, and we use this as a way of connecting and building a community, which really, really shaped me as a teacher and pushed me into this area of research. So I've looked at how we can use games as a way of building a sense of belonging and a community. And so I'm just so excited to hear some of the work that Darren's doing around the esports. I'm probably working in the Auskick area, I guess, using an AFL analogy. This is the junior level, and it's really about participation and everyone feeling like they belong.
Welcome, Garth Midgley. Garth is a game developer, managing director of Goatee Entertainment, who have developed award-winning educational products for high schools and are currently building a game targeting esports. Garth, you're planning to develop curriculum, I believe, around for schools to use your recent game 22 Racing series. Can you tell us a little bit about your work and how games can be focused on STEM education?
Sure, I can. Thanks for having me on this panel. I want to start just with a little bit of the sort of impetus for sort of why esports for me. So I've been developing games for 22 years now. I was developing on the PS1 and 64 back in the day. I remember we were playing a lot of Quake 3 in our office, and then Counter-Strike was released, and I just noticed just amongst myself and my peers, the level of competition just went up sort of through the roof. I mean, we took Quake 3 pretty seriously, but Counter-Strike was just like something else, and people were playing it at home until 2 a.m. And, you know, that was kind of the start for me where I recognized that esports was going to be huge. So I was like, okay, this is the thing. It's going to be, this is the future of sports. It's pretty exciting. So fast forward 10 years, I was still working in game development, but I wanted to do my own thing with esports. I really started to look at what I thought esports needed to be in future. So that's like from a business model point of view, like what's something that I think is sort of a non-violent, accessible, fun to watch esports title, trying to really sort of hit some of those points where I think esports needs to go. And like you mentioned, part of that being esports in schools as well. So what can we do as an esport developer to give students something really meaningful in terms of like STEM education? So what can we give them to get sort of hands-on with the development, to kind of get into the game, help sort of develop parts of the game, and get involved in what it also takes, not just to play an esport, to develop an esport.
Great. Yep. Okay. Well, let's give some context. We'll open up more for a sort of a wider discussion now about the esports industry, just to paint a little bit of context. And Darren, if you can just paint for us a quick picture about, I guess, what is it? Well, first of all, what does an esport tournament look like for teachers who have not really had much exposure to esports? What are the roles involved? How do they connect, etc.?
Yeah, it's not too complicated, surprisingly so. It's like any other sport, and that's the very first baseline you want to start from. That you have registrations, tournament brackets, point scoring, all those kind of things, refereeing that you'd imagine any sport has. So it's a structured environment, which is great for the kids because, you know, they're playing with rule sets, they're playing in a friendly competitive environment and so on. So there are refs or admins who are there to ensure the match is happening. The match is happening with integrity. There's sports personmanship. There's a clear line of communication for students and stakeholders as well, to sort of, you know, if there's a dispute or if there's any questions. You have what you call your tournament organizers, so those that are overall running the league or the event. Then there's all the other interesting elements which come together, which I think is really exciting in esports, because unlike a lot of other sports, it's very, very accessible and it's high tech. So you're playing in a very modern space as well. So you do have live broadcasts and live streaming, which can be easily done from anyone's lounge room these days. You do have commentary. You have all the kind of broadcast crew when you start to get to the bigger events that you could imagine. So you've got producers, audio technicians, stage hands, and all those kind of add-ons that's really cool. Then at the team level, you might have a coach. You might have a team manager. You can include sports psychiatrists and psychologists and nutritionists and all kinds of supportive elements. Physiotherapy plays a role as well, because high performance comes from a healthy, well-maintained body, and all those bits that come to get that extra edge play a part. And then the really unique part comes into play where you have the tech side. So you have network engineers who are putting together the local area network so that you can play on LAN, or ensuring that you're able to connect and play against your competitors over the internet, maintaining your computers, so you have computer technicians and IT support around that as well. So there's all that cool sort of tech side that comes in as well. And that's why you have people like Garth who are there developing games and so on. So there's quite a lot of elements at play. And the best thing about that is if you enjoy playing the games as a high schooler, then maybe the game isn't where you excel. You might excel somewhere else, but you can do that in a passion space for yourself. So you might be a really great software engineer, but you love the game. So you can pursue your software engineering and still find a place in the gaming world.
Right. So not everyone has to be a player. There's a lot of roles outside of just being a professional sports athlete in esports. Garth, can you just give us a quick idea? Is the Australian esports industry sort of on par with the rest of the world?
Aspirationally, I think we are. Obviously, we don't have the same sort of development scope and sort of player base as overseas, but I think we take it very seriously here. I think there's a lot of people who are very passionate about gaming. On a global scale, we have the sort of tyranny of distance and the tyranny of not as great an internet, so it's a little bit hard for us to compete online against people overseas. But what we're doing locally, I think, is definitely very professional. We're taking it very seriously, as I mentioned, doing a lot of research into the space. And yeah, from my side, from the development side, I think we'll see a lot more people developing for esports, because it is such a great way to engage with players and communities and getting people involved, which is what games are typically all about.
Okay, great, thanks. Eileen, so is this why it's sort of we're seeing traditional sports teams more and more, like the Adelaide Crows, investing in esports and developing high school leagues?
Yeah, look, I think a big push with when we're seeing a lot of traditional sports moving into the esports space is that when you think of a traditional sport, it's a seasonal type of thing, right? So you get sort of 6 months or 3 months or whatever it may be. And what they're seeing is that the viewership of traditional sports is actually declining, and it's declining in the younger generation because they are actually more interested in esports, right? So what they're looking at is actually how do we combine that esport and traditional sport and still maintain interest for the younger generations and the school kids to actually still be interested in that. And not only do they, garner that interest, but also it provides an annual, I guess, advertising platform as well, because it's that continuous brand visibility throughout the year. So I think it's quite a good little advertising trick, that's for sure.
Yeah, great. And Eileen, just while I've got you, so what does a professional athlete's career pathway look like, and has it changed since you were playing? And what is the life cycle of a professional athlete?
Yeah, look, it's definitely changed since when I did it, right? So I was, as I said, back in 2008, we didn't have the streaming revenue, we didn't have Twitch and all of those types of things. So when I did it, it was purely, a broadcast on traditional TV, which obviously didn't get that many eyeballs, and therefore it wasn't as popular. So it wasn't lucrative then, probably not. That's probably why I'm still not doing it today, or maybe it's just because I'm a little bit older. Who knows? So I guess in terms of those times, it's not as lucrative. But now what we're seeing is the life cycle is anywhere between, you get 8-year-olds now doing it, you get 10-year-olds, and then they're sort of starting their esport careers that way. But it's not just about the professional gaming or esports side of things, right? You've got streaming. You don't have to be a professional to do that. You can just get the revenue or just the popularity or just the fun of it by, streaming what you love doing educational videos on what they like about a game, and have that streaming silo of things. But I guess when you look at it as a career, it is, I guess, subject to, younger athletes at the moment. But I think what's particularly important as the esport industry does expand and it is growing at the exponential rate that it is that, like any traditional sport, we actually need to be able to transition out of that sport. So, if you think that we're, as Darren, we're fostering an exceptional talent pool going through high school, building that skill set across. When you can be not become professional like any sport quickly, right? You can just one day be on the team, the next you're not. And it's how do we actually, one, make those skills transferable into, I guess, corporate life or you know, the general job world? How do we actually make that transition a little bit easier? So back to your point, you know, what's the sort of life cycle? It's really, as a professional, it can be a couple of years, or if you're exceptionally good, more than that. But we sort of like to look at it in terms of the career path that leads on to other things that aren't just esports. It's building those foundational skills for a future career in a different industry. And most likely it would be usually technology or something like what I do.
So as a professional esports player, what was your experience as a female player?
Yeah, look, I think in the beginning, I was probably one of the minorities. I think I knew one other female gamer at the time, if that. And now it's exceptional to see that we have over, you know, 50-50 representation, which is amazing. But I mean, it's like any sport, and it's like anything, right? You'll never be able to stop. Like cyberbullying is a thing, right? But bullying is a thing anywhere. It's a thing in the school playground. It's in any sport. It's in the workplace. It's always there. The only difference, I suppose, with something like cyberbullying and bullying in particular online is, you know, you get your keyboard warriors and you're hidden behind a screen, and therefore there's more confidence to, you know, I guess, bully someone else or say things and things like that. And it is, you know, for some reason, more so, I would say, against females. However, it's how do we build that resilience up? It's how do we make the issue, you know, the awareness around the issue, and you know, if it does happen, and how do you combat that? And you know, it's really about that sort of educational piece on that. But it will never go away, unfortunately. It will never go away in any industry or profession. But it can be mediated. And it can be reduced with the right types of tools available.
With the experience sometimes girls have online, it's probably, I'll pass on to the expert.
Yeah, sure.
I've never really had any experience with sexism because I haven't done it for very long, but it's clear that it happens a lot. But
have you heard stories of, I guess, from other female team players about being yelled at if they switch their mic on or things like that?
Yeah, I've noticed crops up a lot on Twitter, I think, when I follow these games. A lot of women get harassed on games, or anybody who really sounds kind of feminine, quite often harassed for how they sound. Yeah.
Is that intimidating for you? Does it sort of put you off going into the space, or do you just sort of put on your player hat and go, I'll just mute whoever I don't like and treat it like I would the real world?
Yeah, I think there's always been a fear at the back of my head what I would do if I was faced with that kind of discrimination online. So I think that's kind of stopping me from playing different games that have kind of voice chats and speaking and playing there.
So, Erica, what do you think about the design of avatars and the choices of costumes and things like that in the space? So are they sort of images and designs that you like, or do you find that they're designed more for a boy audience?
Well, since esports is more of a male-dominated profession, it's pretty obvious that they'll design female characters in a way that men might be attracted to bring in a bit bigger audience. So that's why, especially on League, I've noticed a lot of the female characters are dressed provocatively with smaller clothing and quite more petite, and just to kind of fit that demographic.
So does it make you think if you're going to design your own characters, you might do it differently?
Yeah, definitely. I would. There shouldn't be kind of a difference between male and female characters and how they should dress or perform.
And so being part of the esports team, has that sparked your interest in pursuing esports beyond just the club at school?
Definitely. Since I've always had an interest in gaming, after school I'll probably get into game development. And since esports is getting bigger, there's more room for me to develop those kinds of games and bring that profession further.
Right. Duncan, so what sort of cognitive skills do you sort of see your team developing while they're playing esports?
Yeah, so there's a lot of deep, kind of strategic thinking. We mix up the teams regularly, so we're going to be playing with different players, so communication skills, tactics, and it's quite amazing. The girls we've been going at this for, obviously with COVID restrictions, which was quite good for a bit more gaming time, but we've been going at this for the last kind of 3 terms, and just the slow steps to develop like the games we're playing, and we've been able to communicate and manage remote teams, and the discussion and talk, and then talking at quite deep levels on like how we're going with the games and what the story is behind it as well. So it's been fascinating for me to see how quickly the students have managed to develop strategy, think about how to play, work with each other, and manage themselves remotely across time as well. So yeah, it's really good.
Lockdown's played in your favour by the sounds of it.
Yeah, lockdown was like, it was very funny because every sport was stopping, and I was walking around going, but esports is on if anyone wants. So it did help grow the club a little bit, yeah, which was really nice.
What type of games are you playing? Sorry to interrupt.
We're playing League of Legends at the moment.
Okay, and so is that a choice that you made, Duncan, playing League of Legends? Was that something that the school had to approve for you?
Well, the school, I'm very lucky with my school. They've given me, because I've got this teacher in charge of sports, and they've given me a kind of carte blanche to do what I feel I can, So I chose League of Legends because it was quite popular. It was free to access. So that meant there was no boundary to that for the students. We also played Brawlhalla on and off as well sometimes. And I had some coaches on staff who were quite experienced with League of Legends. So that was just a starting point for us, and we're just going to see where we develop, because we're going to be spending more time outside of class developing this group. So.
Great. I'm going to throw to you, Matt. So, Matt, what structures can support inclusive team play within a classroom? And as you were saying before, it's the thing that gaming can be the thing that draws us together, not the thing that makes us, divides us. So, yeah, what are some of the structures that can support a team to play really well and maintain balance and well-being?
So just as a starting point, we choose games very carefully, looking at their game design mechanics. I love LOL, probably very similar to League of Legends, very similar to Erica, because it does encourage co-interdependence between players. So you cannot win it by yourself on on most competitive servers. Even on a beginner server, you have to work with others. So we look at games that are designed to get players to work strategically together. And from where from the position we're using games, this is really about an opportunity to teach those communication skills. We also look at different games that allow different control input options. So a lot of the players that I play with have challenges with their fine motor skills. So we look at using devices that are sort of augmented controllers or touchscreen compatible devices that can be used within the game to allow players to choose how they're playing. And just on a final point, Erica touching on the representation is really important as well, because it's not just for gender, but also for disability. So the students that I work with who may use a wheelchair, having characters that represent them. Overwatch is a great example of a game that has a variety of people with a variety of abilities and capabilities, and it represents a lot of my students really well. So Overwatch is a personal favourite in terms of avatars that represent a diverse range of representations. And I think just the last thing I'd say around the selection of games is a democratic process where the students have some sort of voice and buy-in in what games they play. I think that's really building from those interests and strengths is really important. I am of a certain vintage, so I prefer certain games, but I know my students have probably moved beyond Diablo 3. So trying to find something that really connects with them and what they're seeing on Twitch and what they're seeing some of the pro gamers like Eileen and Darren are playing online. They want to be doing that, at a beginner level at lunchtime. So I think those three things: controller inputs, democratic systems, and the representation of players.
Garth, I'm just going to throw to you if I can. Can you tell us a little bit about, from a game developer's perspective, how you are thinking about education when you're designing games, and perhaps talk us through some of the aspects of your game that are a little bit different?
I think one thing I'll start with is broadly speaking, I think there's a lot of people out there who want to create content for games. Like not everyone can go and work for a company that develops games, but people want to create content from a mod point of view. And the interesting thing that people often forget is mods basically started esports. So Counter-Strike was a mod of Half-Life. Dota started as a mod, and then League of Legends took that design. Battle Royale was a mod community that went into PUBG, which went into Fortnite. So sort of content created by the community is really important for esports. And I think long term, there needs to be more financial models for people to get involved in that. So that's kind of the approach that we've taken with our game from the start. So as an esport, what can we develop as a platform for people to create content for this platform? And then what tools do we need to make for people to be able to make that content and deliver that content, and sort of thinking about all those different avenues from participation, not just as a player, but as a content creator, whether that's making vehicles or tuning vehicles, driving the vehicles, broadcasting the vehicles, doing the camera work for esports inside the game. And so that really led us to think about, what would those tools be? What can we deliver to schools to help them to create that content? Because that's an important part of esports in general. To look at any sort of sporting code, the people who drive the cars in a racing series, it's a very minute portion of the sport. So there's obviously the pit crew, there's the engineers, there's the broadcast, there's all that sort of support network. So looking at esports in that sort of same way of going, okay, well, what can we do for the ecosystem where people can come and participate in lots of different roles across the esports field. So we also see that as a great way to create more sort of inclusion and diversity. So, being an esports player, high anxiety, high stress environment is not for every single person, but somebody might love just to create characters, create weapons, tune design, make mods. There's like a lot of different roles in there. So if we can create more opportunities to get involved in esports from that development, creation of content point of view, then we create more inclusivity and diversity moving forward.
Amazing. 22 Racing Series is your recent game that has launched online, and you said that you were looking at developing some curriculum around that for teachers to use in the classroom. Can you tell us a little bit about how that might work? Yeah, sure.
So from the base, if you can think about it as a racing title, so we kind of obviously want people to race, but there's also the opportunity to build vehicles, as I mentioned, sort of tune vehicles, manage a team, be the team leader. So we're trying to think about what sort of STEM tools can be created to do that. So we have some videos which I think you include, but some examples of like using MIDI controllers, like a music MIDI controller to tune the physics of a vehicle. So you can sort of be driving a vehicle and then tuning the vehicle as you're driving, then continue racing. Looking at different replay tools and physics outputs, so you can be sort of running different vehicles and then looking at the physical output and then sort of running back through that sort of lap time, then looking at all the physics and sort of it's a whole lot of kind of very interactive design tools to help people get in there and develop. So from our side, we're doing the development of those kind of cool tools and other things that we like for ourselves to use as well. But obviously the more interactive and sort of fun we can make those tools, the more accessible that will be for students. And then in terms of making a curriculum around it, that's something we're very interested in. But we're going to have to partner with someone to help do that. We're not educators ourselves, so we'll be trying to bring someone in to, maybe we'll get Darren involved in this in future or something to really kind of build out some kind of league around this. But the way I see it is being, if we can get this into schools and get people tuning vehicles and physics, I think that just makes a whole lot more sense for people, not just within a game, but within other careers moving forward, like working together as a team. Maybe they want to do engineering or they want to do other parts that sort of involves physics. They want to do other sort of careers that involve physics. So it kind of gives them a really great way to interact with those STEM methodologies in a sports setting, but some things like skills that they can carry forward into the future.
Okay. Duncan, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, and just, from what Gareth was saying there, and that's a kind of fantastic space where, it's not necessarily the skills that we can be using, we tuning cars, etc. We need to, in the educational world, we need to be in that digital space, doing that at those times to build those skills, when we might not have access to actually those physical things. So giving them the students those experiences and ideas, and I could see that kind of developing into robotics or other things as well. It's really, really important. So it's great to hear.
And that really does sort of illustrate the benefits of game-based learning, doesn't it? It's a tool for engagement, for exploring other subject areas. It's not necessarily an end. It is an end in itself, but we've got to remember that it is about accessing curriculum in interesting and engaging ways. So that's a great example, and hopefully we'll see more of that. Matt, did you want to jump in?
Can I jump in quickly again, Kate? Just to mention to what Duncan was saying is it's also about user experience. So like any game is the ultimate user experience. I mean, user experience, we never called it that in the games industry, but the whole time that games have been around has always been about that user experience. So, example with League of Legends, if their students would jump in and change the way the game's played, change the mechanics, change the characters, and then play the game and think about what the user experience is for their mod of the game, then that's skills that's transferable into any sort of development of lots of things for internet use, like whether it be websites or programs or applications in future. So it's a great way to think about user experience in a gamification setting.
Great. Matt, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was just something that Garth said that really sort of brought back something to mind for me, was that when we first started, we had a limited number of controllers in our game space. And the idea of having different roles beyond just playing the game was really interesting, because we had players who were watching, and they might not have had the fine motor skills to be able to play, but they had this vast knowledge of the game. And so their job was really to give feedback to the other players and to give advice. So they sort of become like an assistant player to be able to help guide the player through what to do next, to think about their strategies. And I'm just wondering, I'm very curious whether Erica's team does the same thing, whether you have that sort of, I guess, like assistant coach on your team, or that sort of peer coaching model.
Well, I mean, for some of us who have played a bit longer, we can help the newer players and to helping them, like training them, basically, help them get better at the game. And so that's more communication skills and just more positive thinking.
And Duncan, what sort of infrastructure have you had to invest in the school to get your esports started? Well,
so we're quite lucky. We're BYOD, so bring your own device to school. And most of the girls' equipment can handle some of the gaming we're doing. But we're very lucky. We've had two brand new gaming computers funded by a community fund, which is, so we've installed them into the computer room, and to hopefully, and then we'll hopefully have a bit more coming on as well eventually, to build a kind of a bank of them. So because that's one of the things that it's like, and I don't know if we touched on this in the panel yet, but having that equity, like we're a state school, so I feel the students should have access to all this, the best equipment that they can. Some, like, especially school being a warm, safe place with good internet, and then access to the materials, then we can experience the esports as they should. You know, because if we look at a lot of what's in the curriculum, you know, are we going to see a point to where if you haven't experienced these sports, are you going to be missing out further down the line? So, you know, if they haven't been exposed to it in some part, and in this place where we can, like Darren says, with the equity, safety, and governance around it, then what opportunities are they going to be missing out on?
Is there a risk of a digital divide if we're relying on kids to be, students to be sort of logging on as players from home and they don't have the connectivity or the equipment? Is that a real risk, do you think?
Well, we've the digital divide through the COVID pandemic's been really pronounced, and very much, we've very much felt that. So students who've missed the vast parts of their education due to infrastructure at home. So yeah, if we're counting on them it being completely out of school, there is going to be a risk of a digital divide, and many students missing out on a lot of these pathways that could open up for them and interest.
Darren, we were talking about some of the conversations that you've been having with the Department of Education and with councils with your high school league in terms of setting up infrastructure around the districts. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Absolutely. You know, I pride myself on taking a research first approach and having conversations with stakeholders before I deploy a program. I'd rather, you know, best foot forward and fix issues than worst foot forward and then fix more issues, right? So we had conversations with the Department of Education about how they thought about the space, and they're very simple conversations. You know, sport goes with sport, education goes with education, and so on. And so it was a very quick way for us to understand who the stakeholders who want to have a piece in the conversation are. And the big takeaway we picked up on from those conversations was schools are divided into districts. And I didn't know that until this time. and basically they look at resourcing on a district by district level. And so you've got a gym, a pool, and so on in different communities, often supported by you know, ratepayers through their council. And for those schools to create equity, not every school has a swimming pool. So you've got your local swimming pool for those schools that don't. And for those that do, great, you've got your own, power to you, and well done. But it means that all kids essentially have access to a pool. And so we looked at gaming and we thought, well, the biggest terrifying thing about technology is I don't think we've ever revolutionized the swimming pool in the last 50 years, other than maybe a few safety markings. But computers and gaming changes every month and upgrades, redevelops, gets faster, gets smarter. And the game developers follow that and say, well, I can do more interesting things now because the tech's there, and I well code that and deploy that. And just this constant cycle of innovation that's there. What that means is on a resource side, you know, as an individual gamer, every 1 to 2 years, you're updating in the normal cycle so that you've got the latest and greatest tech at your hands to play all the latest and greatest games. And we looked at the schooling space and said, well, if esports plays a role in telling schools to invest in that instead of whiteboard markers, we're doing the wrong thing. And we're not genuine or we're totally disenfranchised to the space. So we thought, instead of promoting to schools, go and buy a $5,000 gaming rig, and then in 2 years buy it again, and in 2 years buy it again. How about we develop relationships where in the local community we can find facility or partners that can help facilitate that, and then treat it like a library where you've got a fully banked out kit set up, and schools can access that via scheduling and so on, the same way they would access a soccer field or a swimming pool for training and so on. So that's how we answered that equity divide question that we thought would definitely rise up. The other side of it was game selection. We don't see a need to promote the best, most powerful games in the space. We think there's more stable environments to play. And so when we look at it, we think about all the different aspects. Games play a role in format, in e-safety, in the visual depiction of what the kids are seeing, the avatars and so on, as we talked about earlier, but all the way through to the tech that's needed to support it. And so we also see that working with partners like Microsoft, who make Xbox, Nintendo, who make the Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation, who make the PlayStation, they have long format platforms that last 5 to 7 years before they really refresh. And games are built in those environments that are also backward compatible. So, there are people who still have the first Xbox playing current generation games that look a little more average, but they're still able to play at the same or similar level to those who have the latest Xbox. And so we recognize that game selection plays a role in that as well. And if we're promoting in the space, we consider all those facets to make sure that anyone can play. And accessibility is true, and participation is available.
As a teacher, Duncan, how did you lay the groundwork for an esports competition at your school?
First, I surveyed the students to see if there was any interest, and that was the end of last year, because I didn't want to kind of pursue something that wasn't necessarily a need. And the survey came back, and there was a lot of people who kind of said, wow, yeah, this sounds interesting. And a few year 13s who said, oh my goodness, why does this happen next year when I'm leaving school, and also that looked at how the girls were gaming, what they were playing, etc. I knew there was a lot of Minecraft players, a lot of Roblox as well as big, and I just wanted to get a kind of gauge on where gaming is in the school, and so from there I then said, okay, we're going to start a lunchtime club. We set up a Discord to talk, and I publicised that across in the school notices. So, and then I administrate that, and the girls kind of chat on it, and it was fascinating. Like the students who kind of started coming in there and talking and saying, okay, yeah, and then setting up games and managing it. And from there, we then met as a group and said, okay, well, what do we want to do? And now we're making our steps to make it a bigger, more competitive team. So yeah.
Okay, great. Garth, what sort of equipment do you suggest that a teacher could start out with in terms of, and is it costly? Do they need IT support? What's the minimum for participation?
It's a good question. I mean, you really have to first think about what kinds of games you're going to play and then work backwards from there. So most games will have a tech specs page that'll say the minimum requirements, so that they'll give it like an Intel and an AMD equivalent. So yeah, so really think about what sort of games you want to play first. Again, like Darren mentioned before about consoles, so maybe you want to have some consoles in the mix as well. So have a look at what PCs you can use, whether you want those to be laptops. Laptops are pretty powerful these days, and children can take them home if they can, if the schools can trust them to take expensive equipment home. I know my day they didn't. Yeah, so I definitely work backwards from the sort of games you want to play. And I'll make a quick mention of maybe students want to have to think about what sort of games allow sort of different sort of other interactions with the game. We mentioned before about developing for esports, and what sort of games are there that they want to play as an esport that also allow them to get under the hood and get involved with the tools. Have to think about not just how you want to play the game, but how you want to interact and maybe build with the game, and take it from there.
Brilliant, thank you. Matt, how can teachers think about making gameplay more inclusive, and what games should they consider perhaps?
Yeah, so I think the first step is to ask your students. I made the mistake of trying to introduce games that I thought would be really good. And then I found out I got some strong feedback from my kids that I was, that's grandpa's game, they don't want to play that. So we went back to the drawing board, and I think having that sort of discussion with your players and making it student-led is so important. We had students from a special school working who didn't usually interact with students in the mainstream school at all. Actually bring them together. I had one boy who really wanted to play Mario Kart, and it turns out that he was probably the best player in the entire school, either the mainstream or the special school. And just seeing the change in how he was treated based on that, like, social capital, the fact that they stopped seeing him as the boy with Down syndrome, started seeing him as the guy who's got the record for I think it was Toad's Empire in Mario Kart Wii. And it was amazing just seeing the that change in how he was perceived. So I think student voice, it's got to be student voice.
Darren, over to you. If a school wants to get involved with an esports high school league, how do they go about that?
First off, contact us. We have a lot of guides that we can provide them materials for, food for thought. And it always starts with a conversation. There's an internal conversation to be had. There's a conversation with stakeholders, and then there's the learning process, and then understanding, when they want to bring it live, timing it right, getting equipment in order, getting the students behind it. How do they get the students involved? All those kind of things, and we can help sort of provide that framework. Just because we've done it enough and spoken to enough schools now, we've sort of already learned all the things that might need to be thought about. And I think it really, as Matthew said, it's student first as well. We really need to hear from the student body themselves. So a lot of polling is done where we say, well, here's the options, the games that we recommend that are mature age, younger age, and sort of give them a little bit of a guide on each game that's available. And go back to the students and hear from it, and then focus in on the ones that the students want to play.
Yeah, and there's a lot of different ways. Schools choose a range of different ways of including esports, from what I can tell. There's lunchtime clubs, after school clubs. Sometimes there's people doing sort of inter-school tournaments, like what you were mentioning, Duncan. Sometimes it's part of a high school league. So yeah, it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of arena, which is really exciting. Eileen, just to finish off with you, in terms of risk mitigation, I guess, do you have any advice for teachers and parents in terms of how players can maintain balance, and what are sort of some of the ways to kind of make sure that that they are getting all the benefits and not so many of the risks that might come with excessive play and those sorts of things?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Kate. I think, again, it's like anything, right? It's about having the combination of physical activity. It's the combination of, we all have hobbies, right? Anything in excess isn't ideal. I think I've been having too much wine excess lately, being in Melbourne and lockdown, but that's okay. But it's not necessarily monitoring activity. It's just really, I'm not a parent myself, but it's just really, giving the time to allow the children to have that gaming time, but also ensuring that, you're still getting your schoolwork done, you're still doing your other hobbies and maintaining that balance overall. And I think that's sort of the best way to go about it.
Yeah, it's post-COVID's going to be a very different landscape, isn't it? Well, look, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank everybody for your time and expertise. It's been a really fascinating conversation, and I hope it's provided a insight for a lot of educators on the benefits of esports in education. So thanks so much. Bye.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurus tycoon simulation, where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos, or your employees, and they have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office, and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what? Let's drop our egg while we're at it. And if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now, let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm going to go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parksaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting, crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Darkmagic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in the Invisible Hand.
Hi everybody, I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
Chapter 6.
And welcome to this year's PAX panel. Today we're going to be talking to you about women in the gaming sphere. This is not just women in esports, this is women in all aspects of gaming. And today here we have 4 amazing women, well 3 if you count myself extra, but 3 amazing women for many areas of esports and gaming here to talk to you about their experiences and give you a whole lot of tips and tricks as well on getting involved in this industry. So I'm super excited to announce our panel. I'm Mish Manners, I'll be your MC and host for today. I'm very, very excited to have Tequila Time, the General Manager of Superstellar here with us. Hey Tequila, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure. We've got Mads Brown, who is the Head of Product and Business Development for Fortress Melbourne. How are you going, Mads?
Good, thanks for having me.
It's such a pleasure to have you here. And we have Vandy, who's currently the Stream Manager and Content Creator for Legacy Esports. How are you going, Vandy?
I'm going fantastic. Thanks, Mish.
I love the Overwatch top 2. It's amazing. So what I thought we'd do to kick us off for today is I want you all, rather than just going around introducing yourselves and what you do, I thought what we'd do is talk about the video game that got you into gaming. So maybe we'll start up with the top there and we'll start with Tequila.
Oh, yeah. I take you back to when I was 5 years old. I'm an only child, so my parents got me a PlayStation 1, and my first game on it was Crash Bandicoot. I was a 5-year-old kid. I didn't understand video games, so I had a blast just absolutely getting stuck on the gate level and then somehow beating gate level. And from there, it just sparked my love of video games, and I've just snowballed since.
Yay, that's awesome. Vandy, what got you into video gaming?
It's kind of similar, yeah, but a little bit earlier generation of console, but about the same age. I think it was about like 5, 6. At one of those flea markets, my dad bought an NES, and it came with Super Mario, and yeah, just obsessed with it. And after that came the Sega Genesis. So it was like Sonic and Super Mario were my earliest 2 games that I just played the crap out of and really loved.
Great to hear. Mads, what got you into gaming?
That's an interesting one. I mean, I've been playing games since I feel like I was out of the womb. And I remember distinctly playing games like Zoombinis and even had like an old Tetris console that I bring with me in the car. But I feel like the one game that really got me hooked for gaming was Zelda Ocarina of Time. I remember playing I feel like hundreds of hours and replaying over and over again every time it was school holidays, and just like all of the musical elements and the fantasy elements, and just spending hours just running around in the field, like throwing bombs onto the ground, hoping that I'd find like a hole that I could jump into or something like that. That really just made me addicted to gaming from then on.
So did you end up playing the 3D remake of Ocarina of Time?
I've played every Zelda
Wow.
on every console.
That is a lot of gaming. So speaking about gaming, all three of you here work in so many different areas of esports and gaming. So maybe we'll reverse the order this time, and I'd love to tell the audience the type of area of gaming esports that you work in. So we'll start with Mads.
Sure. Okay, so as head of product at Fortress, so Fortress is essentially a new business. We've built a venue in Melbourne, and it's really about a cultural space for all types of gaming. So whether that be esports or console gaming or tabletop gaming or arcade gaming, any type of gaming or anything related to gaming like cosplay and meet and greets and things like that, we really want to have inside of our venue. It's a really new concept. And what I do is I run a team of brilliant people who help me develop all of the products in the business. So anything that a customer experiences or touches or feels or eats or drinks, that's kind of in my realm. And so it's a lot of fun, and every day is really different.
I know a lot of us here are very excited to go back to Fortress Melbourne when and if we eventually get our lockdown. So you're going to have a lot of great business there. So Vandy, tell us the area of esports and gaming that you're working in.
So at the moment, I am the stream manager for Legacy Esports. What that entails is that I have 7 streamers that I currently manage, so day to day, helping them with running their streams, staying on schedule, delivering with our partners, like in terms of any activations, things like that, helping them find new business, just basically taking care of the day-to-day needs that might arise from them. And then also I do commentating on the side as well. So the more entertainment side of esports, those are kind of my 2 jobs.
Fantastic. And it's been great to see you doing so well on the commentating circle as well. And I can't wait to see you back there again when we have more IRL events. Woo-hoo. Yeah. I feel like that's going to be a theme of everything. It's like when we go back to IRL. Tequila time. What is your area of gaming esports that you work in every day?
Like we said before, I'm the general manager of Superstellar. We are a organization owned partially by Greta Big Capital and Supernova. So we have this beautiful mix of pop culture and gaming here. Our organization is all about creating opportunities for women in gaming, something very near and dear to my heart. We have a content creation team, and I handle everything to do with them. Managing how they're going in their daily lives, in their stream lives, doing all the socials, and trying to find new ways that we can create content together. And as well, I have a really big passion for highlighting women's talent. So coming up soon, at the time of filming, I'm doing interviews with women in gaming so we can show other women who want to follow their path that, look, here's somebody who's done it, and here's some great advice for them if you'd like to follow that.
Amazing. I think that's one of the things that we need to get better at as women doing is showcasing other cool women, so that people can see the kind of like inspiration and like role models to look up to. So we'll touch on that very soon. What I think we'd start off with, because a lot of people think of gaming, they think of esports, they think of the pro competitive scene, they think of League of Legends and Dota and things like that. And a lot of them think, it's a very, very male-dominated area. So I'm very keen to hear from you all. Maybe we'll start with Vandy as well, because you end up working with Legacy Esports. Why aren't there more women in the pro esports team? If we look at video gaming overall, it's roughly about a 50-50 split in women and men who play games. So why is there not that representation there in the pro scene?
Talking to other women, especially women who are, highly ranked, and then trying to give them that pathway to going pro, a lot of it just seems to be resistance to how the scene would accept them. So for esports, if you're the only female on a team, oftentimes you feel as though you're joining the boys' club. Maybe you don't mesh as well. Even if the guys on your team are nice, rumors from outsiders, especially being like, oh, she's just attention seeking, or she gets carried, things like that. There's also that extra element of needing to prove yourself. If you mess up, more eyes are on you, more pressure is on you. You just don't have the breathing space because you're almost like a unicorn in the wild and everyone wants to see what you're doing. All eyes are on you. So it really is a harder path to entry because at every step of the way, you're needing to justify yourself, whereas men just don't have that. They can just join a team. If they do bad, that's fine. If you do bad as a woman, they're going to be like, oh, it's because of your gender. Oh, it's because you're getting carried. Oh, it's because of all these other negative things that have nothing to do with you at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think so. That was a few years ago. The Overwatch player Guguri played for Shanghai Dragons, I think. Yep. She was accused of cheating because everyone's like, there's no way a woman could be this good. So does anyone have any comments on this? I mean, she obviously showed everyone that she wasn't cheating, but she was in tears while she was showing everyone that she's actually that good. So I'm keen to hear people's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I remember that story because for me, she really paved the way because, of course, we know Overwatch League had millions invested into it. It was probably the first time that they could really cover a story. Like, we have seen women break out, but not so much in team games. Normally in solo, like Hearthstone and StarCraft have women competing and doing quite well. Of course, it's harder to shine the spotlight. There's less drama involved because they're not part of a team. It's more just I'm representing myself. But for Giguri, of course, Overwatch is a team of 6. She was one of them. And then to actually have to go to a LAN cafe to prove how good she was with people verifying it. And as you said, she didn't need to go through these steps, but the fact that she did and she pushed past, now she's probably one of the most beloved, renowned players in Overwatch League. Like, it wouldn't be the same without her. But she had such a high barrier to entry. And at any step of the way, she could have just said, you know what, it's not worth it. I'm just going to quit.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting about Giguri, if I remember correctly, is she came out and said that she doesn't want to be a poster child for women in the industry, and she doesn't want to have to be an advocate and stand up every day and talk about why it's so important to have women in the industry. And I think that's really fascinating because it's exactly what you're saying, Danny. It's like being a woman means that you have all of this extra expectation on top of you to have to do all these extra things that no one else would be asked to do. Mm-hmm. And so for her, it was just, she just wanted to play and do well and not have anyone talk about what her gender is or why she got there or how she could have got there. It was just, let my performance in the server dictate how much you respect me or not. Mm-hmm. And it goes back to this idea that you're always having to be this extra identity on top of being a pro player. Like, you can't just be a pro player. It's always like, well, why are you here? Or are you cheating? Or you suck, you're getting carried all constantly. It would be such a huge burden to have to carry every single day.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on this, Tequila, especially since you've got, the all-women streaming team that you've got there.
Yeah, so I, just piggybacking off these conversations as well, there's such a big barrier to entry as well when, women have to go through this extra level of copying abuse online. Jumping in comms into competitive games is something that everybody does. We jump onto comms in CSGO, Overwatch, and other associated games. But it's really difficult when you hear somebody just go, oh, go to the kitchen, make me a sandwich, or you just should get on support because you're a woman. And it's this mental abuse that sort of just chips away, unfortunately. And it takes a lot of resilience and I guess a lot of training as well to get past that. But if you hear something enough, you can start to believe it, unfortunately. And it's also a mental fortitude. Like, it's just too hard for me to go and play competitively. I don't want to have to deal with that on a daily basis. And it's changing. Society is changing, and we are seeing some wonderful people, men especially, coming out and being like, no, we stand up for these women, and we also can see in our own lives that there are always men who get on and go, hey mate, just give it a break, give it a rest, let it play the game. But it is just extra barrier for us when we want to jump on comms and go a little bit more public with our competitive play.
And I think that part is very interesting because when I talk to people about that kind of concept, they go, oh, that doesn't happen. And I'm like, yes, it does. Like, I've experienced myself. Like, I want to hear from the three of you. Have you experienced stuff like this? I mean, you don't have to share a personal story, but have you experienced this kind of stuff online?
I think the question should be, have you experienced it this week online?
Yeah. Spoiler alert, I have.
Yeah, absolutely. To the point where I think Overwatch was my worst. I mean, I love Overwatch, yes. Played a lot of time with it, but Overwatch actually gave me my anxiety to voice comm. Never really had an issue. Played shooters all through my life. Call of Duty, Battlefield, CSGO, things like that. Never really had an issue. Overwatch, for some reason, was the straw that broke the camel's back. Now I have pretty bad anxiety about trying to use comms. I think it's kind of weird because everyone's like, oh, you cast all the time, you're comfortable in front of a mic. And I'm like, I can barely talk to my team in Valorant when I'm trying to play because I'm just scared. If I'm not performing well, that one guy is going to be like, you suck, And I'm like, I don't. Like, leave me alone. Having a bad day, having a bad game. So I only really feel comfortable talking if conditions are met. And for me, that's doing well so that they can't really pick on me because of that.
Oh,
right?
I was just about to say the same thing, Vandy. I always wait a few rounds. If I'm top fragging, then I'm brave enough to talk because then they can't talk crap about
nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
I am the same way, guys. I agree. Like I play a lot of Overwatch. I love playing competitive too, but I have been very scared to play recently. I after having a long day of work, I want to come home and I'm still at home. I don't leave, but I want to turn on my gaming computer and I just want to have fun. And I just don't need somebody who's got some sort of complex, like bringing me down a notch. And like, while I have enough mental fortitude to be able to get over it, just for that second, you're like, man. So I just don't get on comms anymore. Screw it. I'm on Discord with my mates.
And I think the biggest difference here, because everyone goes, oh, but it's toxic for everyone. It's like, yeah, but if you're a guy, it's just like, oh, you suck, go practice more. Whereas if you're a girl, and I'm sure, or you've all experienced it, I've experienced myself, it's you suck because you're a girl, because you're not supposed to be here, because you should be in the kitchen. Like the amount of times that I've gone, you should be in the kitchen, I'm just like, it's just so old now. But Tequila, you mentioned it's changing, and we're happy it's changing. So what are the kind of things that we're seeing that are changing, and how can we see, or how can we encourage this change a bit more?
Absolutely. I'm a big advocate of education and awareness, kind of killing it with kindness, to be honest. I don't believe in arcing up and being like, the men who do this are bad, because that just doesn't get anywhere. Instead, we celebrate the people who are doing the right thing. And I recently read a post on Twitter, and I can't remember exactly where it stemmed from, but it was really lovely seeing the comments, and there were males in there just going, no, I'm going to stand up for women, or I already do stand up for women, or I don't let women around me cop that. And it was really encouraging to see this. So I am a big advocate of kill it with kindness and just encouraging the right behaviors rather than punishing the wrong behaviors. It's like, oh God, this sounds so bad, but can you just bear with me for a moment. It's like training dogs. You always praise them for the good behavior. You don't punish the dogs, because then they get scared and they lash out. So
positive training methods. Positive reinforcement. I think that's kind of the same thing, or like queuing with friends, and as you said, just having that support group of other males that can tell off people for that behavior. Just be like, it's a girl, get over it. And then you when it comes from another guy like that, it kind of just like sets the tone. And I think that's what that Twitter video that you were talking about, Tequila, that guy kind of explained. He's like, it just takes like 1 or 2 times for someone who engages in that behavior for it to completely get shut down. And I have to say, I've actually been really surprised on the times when I have chosen to share mic. I would say out of like 1 out of 10 of my ranked games, someone has a problem. But again, like I was just really pleasantly surprised. I was expecting to be so much more, especially because I really love playing comp modes. But I just have to have more faith, I suppose, in the community, because attitudes are shifting for sure.
Great to hear. I'm really excited that attitudes are shifting. I think they're shifting across the whole industry as well. We kind of touched on this a little bit, and Vandy, you touched on it, so we'll start with you. But what's it like being a woman in the content creation space? Obviously it's quite difficult getting into the pro scene. What about the content creation space? And then we'll kind of go around the video feed.
Yeah, that's kind of its whole can of worms, isn't it? Everyone seems to think that if you're a woman, you've got this innate advantage to streaming, to content creation, to influencer life. But in reality, when you always look at who the top percentile are, it's always men. Women aren't able to crack it. Yeah, maybe if you took the middle section, it might be more woman-dominated. But again, males are always that top percentile for streaming and content creation. And again, it just adds the same kind of layer where people are like, oh, you've got this ticket handed to you just because you've got breasts and good looks and things like that. So being in that content creation space, and I suppose being in the public eye, you can cop a lot more abuse just for, again, your gender.
I really agree with you there, Vandy, with the whole content creation stuff. I'm a woman, and I am well endowed, and despite covering up and everything, you will still get men going, oh, just making horrible remarks about a part of my body that I can't control. And that's a really big prevalent thing. And when you're live as well and you read the comment, you have to keep your poker face. And it's just, it's unfortunate that we really cop it online in content creation, because we just don't see men copying abuse online, like the way we do about just our physical appearance. And I think that's very much an attitude change as well, and just shutting that shit down.
I feel like OnlyFans has helped with that, by women who have what they've got and can put a price tag on it, and then it kind of turned the tables when men are like, well, we're paying for this. Hey, now women have all the power. But of course, that's a different type of content creation space. Maybe not every woman would be into it, but I think what you said, just the physical appearance, you can't control it. Or what if you want? I mean, like, we want to look sexy, we want to have fun, but people are like, nah. All you've done is just use your body to get your views. Titties are taking my views. And you're like, what the heck?
On that note, though, I am a big believer in, it's your body, your choice. You can do whatever you want. You're an autonomous human being. And if a lady out there would like to, wear lots of cleavagey dresses, go ahead. That's fine. There's no problems. You shouldn't have a problem with that because she's doing her thing. You stay in your own lane. So I'm a big believer in just if it's not affecting you, why say anything?
Yeah.
I love that. Stay in your own lane. I think it's so true, right? The amount of times that I have quite good mods on my channel as well, but the amount of times that it just comes up and you're just like, oh, it's gonna be another one of those nights. And they seem to come in waves together. But yeah, so what can we do in terms of we talked a little bit about what women can do in the pro space and men kind of amplifying the voices of women, that kind of space for the pro scene. Is it the same kind of thing in the content creation space as well, to amplify the voices of women and to sort of not feel those kind of like comments and remarks all the time, or what can we do?
It's a wriggly can of worms.
Yeah.
So I deal with a lot of streamers. So while we're live streaming, the best thing that I could sort of recommend and encourage is just having a little filter in your brain and not reading out every comment as they come in and not reacting. Because more often than not, people are saying something to get a reaction out of the person streaming. So by acknowledging it and giving them a response, it's validating them in a way. So what we can do is not give validation to the people that want to get a rise out of us, unfortunately. Instead, things that I've personally done is welcome them into the stream. See how they're going.
Yeah.
Do you have any ideas there, Vandy?
No, I just really liked what you said, where you take the reverse approach. You, again, kill them with kindness. So if someone is being really mean to you, you're just like, cool, thanks, I know. And they just don't know how to react because they're just like, what? You're supposed to be timing me out, blocking me, stuff like that. Of course, if they escalate, you have your moderation tools. That should always be when, the line is crossed. Do not hesitate. Surround yourself with like-minded people. Your moderators are there to help you. Your community is there to help you. I have one streamer that I help manage as well. And her community reacts real interestingly to trolls, right? Because they all shut down the troll. She doesn't have to do anything. She's just like, hey, mate, cool, that's your point of view, whatever, keeps playing. And then you see the chat just literally stack on that person being like, what about you? What have you got to show for yourself? Oh, mate, show us a picture so we can rate you, stuff like that. And then the trolls is like, whoa, I didn't sign up for this. So just surround yourself with like-minded people, chill people who've got your back.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. I mean, any of the times that I've kind of experienced that, same thing, right? You build this good community around you and you kind of all like help one another. So we talked a little bit about the pro scene and the content scene. Mads, I'm really interested to hear about like the more businessy corporate side of things and how it all plays out on your end.
Yeah, well, maybe this will be the first bit of positive news for the night, but no. It's actually, it's funny, once you start working in the games industry, you get exposed to a huge amount of your industry peers in different sectors, be that game development or through agencies or marketing agencies, players, organizations, things like that. I spend most of my day in meetings and I'm pleasantly surprised that most of them have a really healthy amount of women in them. In my team as well, we've got more women than men, which is great. It might have something to do with me. But no, it's actually a pleasant surprise when you get in the scene because there's so much talked about, female equality in the esports scene and in the players, and it's really stark. And when you get into the business side, there are a lot of people just knocking it out of the park every single day, day in and day out, that you get to meet and you didn't even know exist beforehand. But I think one thing that I found really interesting is I've done a lot of hiring for many different positions. And what's always baffling for me is that just how few women actually apply for jobs that they would love and that they would consider their dream job, but they always just feel like they would never be good enough, which blows my mind, because when I do interviewing, generally it's the women who are the most assertive and the most creative and the most proactive. And it's really incredible sometimes when you see the quality of the applicants come through. A huge chunk of them might not have the experience, but definitely have the ambition and the drive and the crazy want to be in that role. And usually they're men and not women. So it's a really interesting thing. I think, I've always said this throughout my time, is that for women, they often see a job description, and if they can only do 9 out of the 10 things, they go, oh, well, it's not for me, I'm not good enough. Whereas for men, they see that they can do 2 out of the 10 things and go, yeah, I can contribute and I can learn and grow in this role, which is really the mindset that you should be having, because every time you move into a new role, you should be thinking, how can I contribute to this business with my skills, but also what am I developing on my own end from doing this role? And if you're moving into a role where 100% you can do that perfectly with no issues, then you've got a problem there, because you're not growing and you're not developing as you move throughout your career. So I think for me, when I do hiring and I look at teams around the industry, I often think that sometimes the way that the system is set up now doesn't necessarily encourage women to take a chance and take a risk and really want to go for a job that they think that they could be good at and develop in as well. And it's about giving those people a chance and bringing them out of that mix to go, hang on, maybe, the application process wasn't great, but let's bring you in for an interview, because that's really where you see how good someone is, how they're going to shine, how they might mix with your team culture. And my advice for any women out there who are looking to get into the games industry is to just apply for jobs that they would want to work in, basically.
Yeah, we're definitely going to come back to that too, about tips and advice. But I think what's really important there too is that this isn't just a problem in the games industry. It's across so many different industries. The fact that, women don't apply for jobs that, that they don't tick all the boxes for. And this kind of skewed approach, I suppose, to so many men applying for jobs. So we're definitely going to come back to this part. But before we go on to the next bit, what I'm interested in, so we've talked about women in business, we've talked about them in content creation, we've talked about them in the pro scene, and I think what we're all leaning towards, and if people haven't heard us loud and clear yet, we say it's very important to have women in these roles and in this industry. But I think the question that probably a lot of people are asking, or at least thinking, is why is it actually important to have that representation there in the first place? So let's start with Tequila, actually. Start with you.
Yeah, no, I feel having women in positions just in general definitely contributes to whatever that thing is, culture. And giving your experience as a woman or as a person of color, giving your experience to that role is very important. And that's how we're able to produce, whether it's like a video game or content, or even if it's just more subtly than that, but being able to lend a woman's perspective to it ensures that whatever's going out is not insensitive to women, or definitely hits the mark, because we have seen recently things that have missed the mark. And it's really important that if a woman had been consulted on certain things, perhaps that wouldn't have gone out like that. I would like to raise a point of Mads. She made a comment on an esports dress that went out, asking if any women had actually been consulted while did the design process of this dress, and the company actually wrote back and said, oh no, no women were actually consulted. So what do you make a product for a woman where no women were consulted or even a part of that design? So that whenever this topic comes up, I'm like, I just think about Ben's question to those people, and women's experience is really important.
Yeah, I 100% agree, because if we're letting men just make all of these decisions, again, maybe women's needs will never be met, things will never really change, and then there'll just always be that kind of disparity in terms of how both genders are viewed. Because already in terms of traditional, taking esports and gaming out of the equation, even just traditional workplaces, women really had to fight to get a lot of the rights that men had in the workplace and even in our day-to-day lives, to shake that whole women are just the sole stay-at-home mom, raise the kids, that sort of thing, where some cultures still very much believe that, and women don't have the same rights that we do over here in like the Western sort of world.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of data and research conducted around the benefits of having a diverse workplace, especially to have women in a workplace. But I think from a more personal note, I started at Fortress quite early on when we were still designing the venue itself. And there were just so many things that made me realize that it's really, truly impossible to create a good product for someone when you don't understand them. And it might not be that you dislike them or that you have made an effort to not understand their perspective. It may just be that you've never lived their life. And when we were going through the building of the venue, I was like, oh, well, we need hooks on the back of the women's bathroom stalls, because you need to hang your bag up or your coat up when you go to the bathroom. And all the guys in the room were like, oh yeah, true, we never thought of that. Or I'd say, oh, that corner, it's a bit dark, I wouldn't really feel safe going into that area. And they were like, oh, why would that be an issue? And I'm like, oh, well, there's been multiple times that I've been accosted in a dark area at a venue before, and I don't feel safe. Or, hey guys, there's absolutely no way that there are going to be bigger male bathrooms than female bathrooms in this venue, because you're setting up the venue then to say that we're going to have more men than women in this place, and we cannot do that. What we want is for inside to look exactly like what you would see out on the street, and you're not going to have people want to come in if the space hasn't been built for them. And all these little things, they just really don't click until you speak to someone who has lived that life, and they can say, actually, this is a really small thing that you could change that would make me feel 100% better to be in this space.
I think you both brought up some really good examples. I love your personal experiences there too, Mads. Is there any other examples that anyone wants to bring up that have something that's been released that's just completely hit the mark, or women weren't consulted on it, and then as a result the product's either failed or not done as well as it should have?
We were discussing actually before this, all of us were getting together and discussing that E3 had released an article about top 25 games that women love to play. And so you're like, this is kind of cool. I'm wondering, as a woman, what are other women interested in? You click it, and the number one thing says Sudoku. And then the alarm bells really start to ring. Other mentionable games on that list included stuff like Kim Kardashian's mobile game. Was it just Overwatch? It was Candy Crush. Oh my goodness! But again, Sudoku is number one, and it wasn't even spelt right, which was the most horrifying part.
Oh wow!
It just completely just went whoosh. And then you read this as a woman, and you just feel horrified. You're like, people still have this view. Someone someone put this together, put it in front of their editor. It was approved. The content guy, whoever it was, read it and was like, yeah, we should post this. So the whole thing to 2.2 million followers on Twitter. And I'm like, it just blew the mind. It was horrifying. That really did miss the mark.
Yeah, that is a really interesting point, though, that goes back towards that question of why aren't there more women in esports? And for me, I think this is a huge pipeline issue. There just aren't enough women getting into games that lend themselves to esports at an early age, because people look at little girls and they go, I'm going to buy them The Sims, or I'm going to buy them Candy Crush instead of buying them Counter-Strike or Overwatch or, COD or something like that. And so when you get to a point where these, and usually it's teenagers who are actually getting really good and looking at the pro scene, none of the women are there because they've all been playing Sims, not because they have wanted to, but because, their uncle or their brother or their dad thought that that was the game that they want to play.
And do you think that's changing though?
I don't know. I speak to a lot of parents, and they would never even think of getting their little girl a shooter, pretty much. I only ever got into it because my dad and my brother played it, and they had no issues with me playing as well. But I would never have been introduced to it otherwise.
I think you had a point, Tequila. You want to?
Oh, I was just recently reading the Digital Australia 20 report, and the thing that really stuck out to me is that in their report, they say 47% of all gamers are women. And that's just crazy. We're almost at 50-50 splits now, and yet we are still seeing my little girl probably want to play Sims. But for my boy, I buy my boy Halo.
Yeah.
I would like... Go ahead.
No, you keep going.
I would like to see things marketed differently, to be honest. We see marketing of like The Sims, for example, and it's a very lovely, casual, fluffy game, if you want to look at their marketing. And then we see Halo, it's like badass, shoot the things, aliens. And I think it's a whole societal change that needs to happen as well. So we don't just go bang, bang, aliens, boys. And we don't go lovely, fluffy, decorating women. I honestly believe there is a societal shift that has to happen when we even think about games for this to change.
Well, we're like such a good example right now as well, because you're tying that literally back down to even toys, like Barbies were for girls, G.I. Joes for the boys. Girly is pink, blue is for boys. And I'm like, but you've got such a great, like, all of us right here in this call are so diverse in what we've liked, what our tastes are like for games and things like that. Like, I love The Sims, sure, but I also love shooters. But again, it's the marketing that needs to change. And what Mad said as well, you just haven't lived their life. Ask them what they want. For the first time, my mum was just like, what would you like for your birthday? I was like, I really want a gaming chair. And this is the one I'm currently sitting on. And she's like, oh, cool. Like, I'm glad I asked you. Yeah, we'll definitely chip in for that. You spend so much time on work and like playing games and stuff. That makes sense to us. But just ask, talk to these people. Don't just assume what the girl wants. Like, ask them.
I asked for a bow and arrow for Christmas. I didn't get one. Like a proper one.
I mean, maybe I
got a dress instead. So.
Oh no! Not even just like one with the suction cups. Is that the one you asked?
I wanted a proper like compound bow.
Of course you did.
I mean, I think it was badass, but I guess they had other plans. They could have started you off with the suction cup one to, make sure you were trustworthy, and then upgraded you.
Well, we're on a farm, so I was actually planning it to protect our herd. But yeah, so
you got asked and then overruled.
Well, I think I'd love to hear your thoughts on this first, Benny, and then from Mads and Tequila. But are some games changing the dynamic here? Like, if we look at games like Overwatch, for example, I know you love Overwatch, Benny, which is why I'm starting with you. That is much more diverse in its hero lineup. You can choose to play as a woman. You can choose to play as diverse women. You can choose to play as people of color. Are games like that starting to shift any of this kind of mindset, or is it still shooters for boys, pink for girls?
No, I think Overwatch is definitely one of the games that comes to mind in terms of breaking down how FPS were perceived. Like, it's bright, it's colorful, it's fun. Fortnite, another one. They don't really feel gender specific or gender tailored. A huge reason of that is, again, because of the skins and characters covering a wide variety. Like, there's aliens, there's bananas, there's monkeys. There's just not really one thing that's tied to. Yes, there's people of color as well, which is super duper important, but that's like a whole other thing. By having that diversity and not really tying it, it really just mimics the real world. And that's why they just feel so gender accepting, essentially, because I can pick this character and I like them because of their personality. They resonate with me. And it doesn't matter if that character is like a giant guy who carries a mace and it's me playing it. Like, I just like his personality. Like, my favorite character in League of Legends is a guy named Set, and all he does is punch. He's a meathead. He's a Chad. And I adore him. He's like my favorite character they've released ever since like some of the more badass girl characters. But again, it just has that diverse roster, and that's just what clicked with me. Like, I adore him. And he like adores his mom, and I was like, oh my God, he's a mama's boy. So like, he's soft. I think so, yeah. That's what games need to be. Don't just focus on, you know, girls being all pretty and skimpy and stuff like that. Show badass women, show real women. Doesn't matter how they're dressed essentially, but personality counts for so much. Don't just be the damsel in distress for girls, or don't just put them in a support role, right?
Great. So Tequila, do you want to comment on that at all?
I mean, for me, I think having female roles in shooters and like stuff like League. I mean, I play Darius, so I'm like the big burly guy. But for me, what I really noticed, so I've played Counter-Strike for forever and ever, and they always have just the male characters that are really true to life. And one thing that I've really loved about playing Valorant and watching Valorant is hearing teammates call other players by the gender of the character. So just hearing, oh my God, she was amazing, or like she did an amazing like ace, or just hearing that it just pricks my ears up, and it makes such a big difference to how I feel about a game, and feeling like I'm actually in a place that people want me in and that I feel comfortable in, and listening to pro games where the commentators are saying like, oh, she's got this incredible ability, and talking like that. I didn't think it would, but it makes such a big impact on me. And it's something that's really surprised me, but I just think it's such a wonderful thing to hear people praising women and the female gender, you know, in games like shooters.
Definitely.
I'm a big believer of video games reflecting real life. Obviously, there's high fantasy stuff where, you know, things can get a little bit funky, but we look at Overwatch, for example. I am a big fan of Overwatch, and I really enjoy that the different races are not just like a token. It's like a token POC. It's like, no, we're introducing Ana is a POC because she's Farah's mother, and it's this nice logical in-universe thing. You know, Overwatch is this global company or organization, so it would make sense that there are POCs. And like, this gets a bit away from the whole woman thing, but it's still very much video games going, there are brown people in the world, we should include brown people. And as an Indian woman who has always felt, I guess, ashamed of being an Indian person because I always wanted to be a white kid, that is just beautiful.
10+ on that.
Yeah, I got it, but on the Asian side, yes, I completely agree. It is something, again, one of those things where you see it, and especially someone like Sage in Valorant, I look at her and I'm like, oh, it's just so nice to be able to see someone who represents your culture, basically.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the stuff I talk about too goes much further beyond just gender diversity. It goes into what I call just general diversity, you know, having different people and people of color and people of different backgrounds and race, and even things like age and socioeconomic backgrounds. I think having all the different types of diversity is, you know, again, it comes back to I think what you were saying, Mads, if you don't take into account people's experiences and lived experiences, you don't build good products for them, whether it's a game, whether it's a esports venue, whether you're streaming or creating content that way. And so I think that's why it's really important. I think that's kind of like the part we've landed on. So we've got about 20 minutes left, and I think I'd like to spend this next 20 minutes talking about really practical tips. We're going to focus on women here because again, go get 'em girl panel, but really practical tips for women to get involved in the industry. And I know, Madge, you already brought up a couple, so I think we'll start with you. You know, how to get involved in you know, the business side of esports and gaming. So yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think as what many people would call like a fledgling industry, a lot of people think and also it's an industry that people are extremely passionate about. So all of our stories about our first game were all when we were, you know, below the age of 5 or 6. So for us, it's something that's so close to our hearts. It's such a big passion. We spend so much of our lives playing games. It often feels like people are getting into school and they have no idea what they want to do. They don't know if they want to go to uni, and they're like, you know what, I love games. I want to get into games. And they try to get into the community, and they sort of get stuck because they don't really know what they want to do. A lot of the time I get people coming to me and saying, hey, Mads, you know, I really want to work in esports. I really want to work in gaming. If you see a job, please let me know. And if you can help me out and give me a good word here or there, that would be amazing. And I sort of respond, great. Well, what do you want to do? What are you good at? And they go, oh, I'll do anything. And for me, to say that you'll do anything really means that you haven't thought about what you're good at and what you want to develop at and what you're not good at. And saying something like I'll do anything means that I'll probably, when a job comes up, not remember that you've asked, because you're not saying, hey, you know, I really enjoy the promotional side of games, I really want to get into marketing, or I love esports, I really want to get into management. I have no idea what I want to do, but I'm really good at problem solving, or I'm really good at public speaking, or something like that. That for me, that sticks in my mind, and I go, great, if you're good at that, then I can take that and help you get something that you can develop that skill, and you can develop other skills and really learn and grow. As this industry gets bigger and bigger, it's harder and harder to just have a passion for gaming and just get into gaming. You really need to be developing a lot of other skills. And it's much easier to move across than it is to come up from the bottom. So it is, I think, important getting life skills in other industries, get yourself into a professional environment, develop skills that you can use in many different industries. I mean, I've jumped around. My career has been just weird and bizarre, but I always think that, you know, a lot of people say to me, how have you moved from the legal industry to government to business development and now into product in so many different industries? And for me, it's all just the same skill set applied to a different set of environments or circumstances. So people really need to think about not what they want to do or what their dream job is, but what are they good at? What do they want to learn? Where do they, not where do you want to see yourself in 20 years, but who do you want to be in 20 years? You know, what are those skills that you want to develop? And that will give you such a better a suite of options as you move forward into your career, because you're not pigeonholing yourself into a particular industry or a particular job. And I always say to people that say to me, oh, well, I want to be the CEO of this in 20 years, or I want to be the head of marketing of here in 20 years. And I just say to them, you're setting yourself up for failure in both ways, because if you don't get that job, you feel like a failure. And if you get that job, well, are you just meant to be satisfied with that for the rest of your life? For me, I think you should always be hungry. You should always be wanting to develop and learn and grow. And if you've gotten to that point, you might find suddenly you've achieved your goal, and then what's next? You know, life is a journey. It's not just an endpoint. So, you know, for anyone who's looking for a job, be it men or women, but I think especially women who find it difficult to put themselves out there and to really get the ear of people, it's about how do you prove to someone that you've got a skill that they would be stupid to not want to bring into their business, pretty much.
Great advice. Vandy, you're going down to the bottom corner. Your turn.
Yeah, I'll touch more on the commentating side, because I feel otherwise I might be taking some of Tequila's points away and rehashing what Mads was saying.
Okay.
No, it's fine. But this is an area that
a lot of people will be very keen to hear about how to get into shoutcasting commentating. So
yeah, that's what I was hoping, especially for women, because again, predominantly it is usually men commentating a lot. Like there are genuinely like a handful of women that really made it to the top and made themselves renowned for commentating. But a lot of the time, as Mads kind of touched on, women just really aren't considering it to be a viable path or something. Again, the boys do it. I'm just happy staying in the shadows. Like the limelight's not for me. Definitely is. For commentating, my advice, regardless of gender, is to just do it. If you're genuinely interested in it, it's a skill that can be trained. Public speaking can definitely help you, or training in something like broadcasting, drama, things like that can definitely really help, especially if you're a little bit shy. You are on camera. But what's more important, like what's most important about commentating is just your personality and how you present on camera, because you need to be professional and you need to have a good work ethic. Stamina, again, is something that you can build up. But the biggest thing, say, if you're looking for a gig, is to just have a show reel of work that you've done. So it can just be time-stamped URLs to things that you've done in the past, or if you're just starting out, just get some VODs. It could be your friend, it could just be a series, a Twitch Rivals, or just like a big competitive event that just happened. Mute it and cast over it. Get a friend to help you if you'd like, or you can solo cast. You can do both the analyst role and also the play-by-play role. But just go for it. You start to get an idea of what you then need to improve on, whether it be like your pacing, your tone. You can then send it off to others for feedback. But if you are asking for a job, the first thing that they're going to ask you for commentating is, cool, I'd love to see an example of your work. And if you're like, oh, well, I was kind of hoping that I could just do it for you. And like, it doesn't really work like that. So really hone your skills, come up with a professional. We'll work on your branding as well. Social media can definitely not be underrated or undersold for that, because again, you kind of become a personality. So it really helps if people know who you are and can really, if you can network within the industry. But the biggest thing is don't just keep thinking about it, actually do it. Investing in a good mic is also something that will help you in the long run, because again, it's all about your vocal clarity and stuff like that. And we are in pandemic times at the moment. We may be having more of these pandemics in the future. So online broadcast is definitely something that you need to be able to adapt to. Invest in your equipment. I'm not saying go out and spend like $1 gajillion, but don't just be using your headset mic where possible, you know? Invest in yourself and really set yourself up for success.
Love it. Tequila.
Oh, I love both of your points so much, and a lot of that is so applicable to content creation and streaming. The best advice that I can give, if you would like to get into it, is that understanding that streaming or content creation is the tip of the iceberg. There is a multitude of things that you will need to do underneath that as well. You have to market yourself, you have to network yourself, and you know, if you want to put out stream highlights and whatnot, that's all self-directed. I'm a big believer in multi-skilling as well. So we look at me, for example. I have a bachelor in science, but I work in life insurance, and yet I'm doing superseller stuff. It's very interesting, but things can teach you different skills. You have to just be aware that, you know, turning on the camera and being your presence is great and all that, but make sure you've got your socials going, make sure you're connecting with others in the community, and reinvesting time and energy back into building a community. I have very unconventional advice, and that is, so testosterone can help you feel a sense of bravado. And perhaps that goes back to Mads's point of why a lot of men apply for jobs that they're not exactly qualified for. But a shot or two of alcohol will actually give you a testosterone boost. So if you remember what that feeling's like, I hold on to that feeling, and it gives me the confidence to be able to go and talk to people who I would otherwise be nervous talking to, or doing things that necessarily give me anxiety. So I'm a big believer in kind of faking it till you're making it, if that makes any sense. And also understanding that, you know, if you want to be a streamer or content creator, it's so much hard work, and you've really got to love the journey and not just the destination of streaming and the fame and fortune that possibly could come with it. So make sure you're enjoying it is the biggest thing of this journey.
I think so. So what I'm hearing is you gotta like what you do, which is great, and you pretty much just gotta go for it. That's part of the reason why I titled this panel like I did, because I think, as Mads pointed out too, a lot of women just don't go for the roles and don't do the things just because, for whatever reason, really. I mean, Tequila, you're saying, you know, you just got to turn on the camera and do it. Bendy, you just got to, you know, grab a video and start voting over it. Mads saying you've just got to apply, and I think that is like our number one like advice for everyone is like, you just got to go and do it. So for those women who don't have that drive and don't have that, you know, they're worried about just going and do it. What do we tell them? Like, how do we get them to get that motivation, to get that drive, to actually go do the things? Because as we pointed out in this panel, it's really important to have women's voices in all the industries across esports and gaming. So how do we help them?
I'm a big advocate of just chatting to other women. We're all humans on the other side of a Twitter profile. Doesn't matter how many thousands of followers you have. Like me, for example, I love chatting to people about their motivations and how to get engaged in things. And I think that's a big thing as well. Just talking to someone gets you out of your own brain, and talking to someone who instills confidence into you is really important. I believe in the power of community, and while it might be quite scary to message that person, what's the worst that's going to happen? I have crippling anxiety, so what's the worst that's going to happen? They're just not going to respond, and that's a way to just overcome that and to be able to connect with people.
I'm really glad that you said that, because again, a lot of people always come to me and they're like, you know, you're amazing. Like, how are you able to do this in front of camera? But people don't realize that the older I get, the more introverted I'm becoming. You don't have to be the loudest in the room. you just, again, if maybe just taking a small little sip of alcohol helps you or something like that, or doing something that you really love, if the passion is there, you'll definitely find a way. But remember, what you're comparing yourself to is very much the same thing about social media. It's always everyone putting their best version of themselves out there. Remember that the human beings at the end of the day, we all came from humble beginnings. We all started from somewhere. It is all about the journey that you have to kind of go. But if you never start the journey, you'll never know where you end up. Or if you never try, maybe you'll just end up with all of these regrets. Again, it's not for everyone. You may try it and you may hate it. You may try it and it doesn't really go anywhere after about a year of devoting time to it. That's okay. It's okay, because you can, again, channel those skills into something else, or at least, you put that to rest. You're like, cool, I did it, I can at least still be proud of that and share those stories, the friends, the adventures, the memories that you had along the way. So don't just focus on the end point. Don't just focus on what you've seen others do. Just focus on yourself.
I'd also really recommend getting a mentor if you can, because I think one thing that I've realized as I've matured is a lot of these people I look up to and go, wow, I could never do what you do. How have you been so successful? How have you done so many incredible things? And then you get to know them and they tell you, I've been just failing my way through life like the whole time, and I've got no idea what I'm doing ever, because I'm always putting myself in new situations and challenging myself, and that's how they've succeeded in life, is actually by putting themselves out there. And it's really nice sometimes to get a little bit of perspective, because often, especially when you're wanting to get into a career or wanting to get into an industry that you can't really penetrate, and you're on social media a lot and you're in this kind of echo chamber of people you think are important, but they're actually not really. Sometimes just taking a step back and going, actually, this is a really small corner of the universe, and there are all these other people that have had so many successes and failures, and you can learn so much from that. And having a moment to step back and not really get into your head and worry, well, if I start casting, will people think that I'm an idiot or I'm bad, or will my idol Vandy think that I'm terrible and not want to respond to my DM or something? It's like, just for a second, get out of that headspace and stop worrying just for a second. Talk to someone who you respect, and you can kind of pick their brain a little bit, and that is often all the confidence you need to go and get out there and do something.
And I'd love to share a couple of tips of practical advice from each of you. I know right now, a lot of my advice is always walk up to Fortress Melbourne and go chat to people, go to PAX or IEM and go and speak to someone. But obviously we can't do that right now, not just here in Melbourne or Sydney or Australia, but all around the world, people aren't able to get out and get to events. So what are some of your practical tips and advice for people to either find a mentor, to connect with others, and to get some advice and to get out of that echo chamber? Like, what can they do?
Pretty sure, probably all of our DMs here are open, or if not, just tweet publicly. Twitter, signing yourself up for Twitter is a great thing if you don't have it. Twitter and esports, just for some reason, that just happened to be the platform. LinkedIn is also pretty good, surprisingly, for the more business side, 100%. Invest in those two platforms, and then again, reach out and have these conversations. There's also a ton of Discord communities that you can join and be a part of. If you're looking for like-minded people, if you're looking for friendly communities who can really uplift and bring you up and share the same interests, 100% invest in those, especially, as you said, because we can't physically go out to these. And there's a ton of content on coaches and things on YouTube. I know on the content creation side, there's Harris Heller, Ashley Christ, and stuff like that, who I just love watching their videos, because even if it's not so much about the content creation side I'm focused about, just to have the uplift from people who have gone through these different paths, and again, just sharing how they did it, or what worked for them, their own personal journeys. It's always really uplifting to hear.
I'm a big fan personally of jumping into streams, especially smaller streamers, and communicating with them, asking them about their journey and what they've done to get to where they are. There is no one path, there is no one right way. So understanding how other people have walked the walk is very interesting. It's really great to see that. And, hey, at the end of that stream, you might have been able to connect with them on Discord or Twitter, and you might be able to pick their brain, or you might have made a new friend. Responding to people's tweets is really important as well. engaging with that person. Even if you say something like, hey, I really love your content. I was wondering if you had any advice for me to start content creation. Like what program do you use, for example? The worst that's going to happen is that they don't reply, and that's okay. That's no problems. That's no skin off your nose. So practical tips are talk to streamers. They're there. They want to talk to people. Grassroots level, banding together and uplifting each other together is really important. And you'll notice as well a lot of grassroots streamers are super eager to collab, to chat, to develop community. So that's a really big tip. And Twitter, like Andy said, very, very good community on there.
Okay, I guess my advice would probably be just start a project and do something. I think the best way that you can get into the community is by participating. So start a podcast. I don't know, start a Twitch stream. Ask if you can help do the marketing for something or other. Getting involved and showing people the skills you have is the best way to engender, good relationships with people and have people recommend you to others. Also, I think a really big thing during this time is make sure you're looking after your health and your mental health and your physical health. If you're in Melbourne, definitely use that hour that you're allowed to be outside to go for a walk and just get away from everything. I know I need to take that advice myself because I end up just living online constantly. And sometimes it can get really overwhelming and it can be really defeating because you feel like you're not really going anywhere, both physically and just also in the community. But making sure that you just have a chance to look after yourself as well and not feel like you have to be moving all the time and you have to be kicking goals every single day is really important.
I think that's so true. Just, as we've said, get out there, do the thing, go for the roles, start the project, and just, get involved with the community. So I think that's all fantastic advice, everyone. I want to thank you all so much for giving up your time to provide your knowledge, your tips, your expertise. As Vandy said, all our DMs are open on Twitter. Mads is Shadowfax, just FYI, so follow her on Twitter as well. And again, I want to thank you all for being here today and thank all the viewers too for watching. So again, thank you. We look forward to seeing some of you in our Twitch streams or in our Twitter DMs. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then, in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There is a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Chapter 6.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There is a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in the Invisible Hand.
And thanks so much for coming. This is the mock video game auditions for PAX Online. I'm Amy, and I would just first off like to thank everyone for coming who's deciding to be brave enough to audition for our mock video game auditions. And I also want to give a very special shout out to Invert Mouse, who's the developer of Clear, Christopher Galea, who's the developer of Brimstone Brawlers, and Lachlan Latched Up Games, who has made Aluna and Bree. These are 3 of my Australian clients, and they have all submitted Steam codes complimentary for the purposes of this audition, and they have done it with me for the last 3 of these workshops that we've run. So I just want to thank them so much for contributing this and letting us all have lots of fun. Just a short acknowledgement of country. I will be recording from Darawal land. We pay our respects to elders, past and present, and to anyone watching who has a connection to the world's oldest continuing culture. So as mentioned, I'm Amy. Hi. I am a full-time Australian voice talent over here just outside of Sydney. I apologize to anyone who has watched one of my panels or workshops because I'm going to talk a little bit about my journey again, and some of you who have watched a few of these already know it, but I've got to do it again just so you know kind of why you're here. So basically, I started my journey back in October 2011, following experience with musical theatre and loving stage and doing drama in school and having some extra experience on a TV show that never aired. And I always internally thought that my pipe dream was being involved in stage and being involved in screen. And after that screen experience, I just didn't feel it like I thought I would. And I kind of thought everything would click into place and be like, oh, this is the most incredible thing. And I was with a friend and she felt it. She was like, oh, this is incredible. And I walked away from it being like, I've obviously had rose-colored glasses romanticizing this idea of being on screen, and I just didn't like it. And I remember asking me, would it be different if you're a lead character? And I said, no, like this was supposed to be the dream and it just never clicked. But I still did love the creative outlet, and I was studying to be a teacher, which I mentioned to everybody in here beforehand. So I'm actually a qualified primary school teacher, had my own classes for 5 years, and then eventually went full-time with this. But while I was studying to be a teacher, I realized I still wanted a creative outlet. I loved performing, and I was like, there's just something that's not clicking. I love all these different aspects, but I can't find something that merges all of them together. So as it does, it started with a Google search, and it was different types of acting. And obviously you had stage, then you had screen, and then you had voice. And I was 18 years old and didn't know what voice acting was, which is crazy. I grew up watching animations. I grew up playing games, and I'd never really thought about it. So it started with that Google search, and I was like, voice, sounds interesting. And then I went on a site called, no longer exists, but it's called the Voice Acting Alliance, and then Voice Acting Club, which has since been revamped because this is almost 9 years ago. And just started to audition for little Newgrounds projects and little YouTube projects and tiny mobile games. So it was purely a hobby. I never ever thought to myself that this would be a career, didn't even know it was a career. I know, very naive to be 18 and think that. But you know, this is Australia. Acting isn't a job. So I following year, I think it was about 6 months later actually, I booked, oh good, you can see my cursor. I booked this little girl. So her name's Mila, and she's at a game called Freedom Planet. And it was really beautiful to be a part of this game that was originally just going to be a little Sonic fan game that eventually made its own original concept art and everything. Watch it go through Kickstarter, watch it being released in 2014, and it's sold well over 500,000 copies so far across Wii U, PlayStation 4 and everything. And that is, even to this day, the most important role of my whole career. Even though there may be other characters that are classified as bigger, she started a lot for me. It was the start of my professional career and thinking maybe this could be something. Because in 2016, I actually was flown over to Dallas and recorded the sequel for the game at Okratron 5000. At that point, 2016, we're talking 5 years into my hobby, I'd never called myself a voice actor. And I know that sounds crazy, very different mindset today, but even though I made money off it, I was in Steam games and mobile games and PlayStation and all those kinds of things. I always called myself a semi-professional voice actor, or I called myself a teacher who did voice acting. So it always kind of just dampened that effect. So basically, I went over there and I saw that there was Sound Cadence and Ocratron 5000 and Funimation and all these amazing studios within a 40-minute radius. Coming back to Australia was hard because we don't have anything like that here. So it changed a lot for me because I came back and I remember looking at my husband and just going, I would be an idiot to not turn this into something, right? Because it's starting to be a business, but I never treated it as one. And so that little character was the beginning of me asking myself, I'm not going to live in America. So what am I going to do to turn this into a legitimate business practice? And so I have to say, even though this has been almost a decade-long journey, it started in 2016, really. I felt like that was the beginning of my journey. And I've gone on to voice some really cool games ever since. And it's just amazing to see what you can do remotely, which is why I do quite a lot of panels and quite a lot of workshops, because I want to show that being a remote voice talent is still a legitimate business prospect. It's hard, don't get me wrong. But if you have the hustle, as I say, tenacity is my favorite word, I definitely feel that it is possible, because I assure you, I'm probably not the most talented person in this Zoom call right now. I assure you it's not going to be the case. But in terms of tenacity, I do feel that a lot of this can be attributed to that, and being very realistic about expectations too. So that's a little bit about my journey. So what are we going to do today? So first off, I've been a bit sneaky. I've already sent off a link. So in the link that contains the scripts to everyone that we have here, there will be 6 auditionees per character, and a couple of double ups too. And what I want you to do when I do call your name and we do end up going into these auditions, I want you to announce your name, or as we call it, slate your name, and then voice your heart out. And then when we have gone through all of the female auditionees, we're then going to type the person into the chat box with the strongest performance. Obviously, it can't be yourself because that's not fair. It has to be somebody else. And make sure you're still listening to all the other performances, because that's how we grow as well. It's not just about what we put out, but it's also about what we take in and listen to all the strong aspects of everybody else's performance. And then you win a prize. Once again, big thank you to those 3 teams who have contributed Steam game codes. So some notes first. So I'm going to get this all out of the way so we can just get straight into the auditioning part. Mindset. This isn't a coaching session. I was very, very clear when I did put out this workshop that I didn't want there to be a barrier to entry. I didn't want people to think, oh, it's this thing I've been interested in, but I'm really self-conscious about it because I have no experience. I don't care. Like it's not about that at all. It's about giving it a go. It's about having fun. So I do apologize, because I know that there are some professional voice talents in here that are probably like, I want to be ripped apart. Like I want to grow and all these sorts of things. And then on the other hand, we're going to have people who have just started at this and are going, please don't tear me apart. Please don't rip me apart. So I'm sorry, like we have to find a middle ground with it. It is just, we're just giving it a go. So as a result, everyone is in the same position too, in terms of nerves. I am nervous. I have done so many panels and workshops. And as I'd mentioned to everyone beforehand, the half an hour before, I'm taking so many trips to the bathroom, breathing exercises, mantras of you can do this, because I still get nervous. And this is my 12th one or something. So we're all in the same position, host and auditionees alike. So remember to have fun. That's what it's about. If you've never done this before, great. I hope that this is a welcoming environment to do so. And if you are a professional voice talent or you do have video game roles under your belt, it's still flexing those muscles anyway. So it's all good practice. So as I said, it's not a coaching session. So I'm just doing some overall notes so that I'm not picking at anybody or picking out particular aspects of other people's performance. I don't want to do that. So overall, first note, please don't forget to gesture. If you don't feel comfortable going on video, that's totally cool. I remember when I had a call back with a pretty big studio from my home studio, because everything I record from my home studio. I remember that they saw my face and there were 3 people there, and I know that that affects my performance when I'm at home. It's different when I'm actually in studio, but when I'm at home and I have like my screen right here and my microphone right here, I get a little bit self-conscious. So it's totally cool whether you want to have your video on or not, but just don't forget to gesture. For example, one of my characters who's AI inspired, it's like, thank you for calling me. So I use my hands like this, kind of like an internalized metronome that I'm taking out externally to keep myself in beat. A lot of commercial voice actors, when they raise their inflection at the end, they will actually tick their hand up as they go. So yeah, it's really, really important to make sure that your performance hits particular notes, where you want to place emphasis, where you want that inflection to go. Like the example I had, it's kind of just keeping to a particular beat. So it's really, really important. Note any physicality that may impact vocals. Now, this is still video game based. So as a result, the physicality and the characteristics of these particular roles aren't over exaggerated. But for example, there is a female girl character and she's quite young. So when you think about that, you're not going to take huge breaths because your lung capacity is not going to be the same as her lung capacity. So that's still an important physical characteristic to keep in mind with when you are performing as younger roles, that your lungs are not going to expand as much, so they're going to take a bit shallower breaths as you go. This is probably the most important one. These are audition sides, and I like to think of that as two different things. One, it shows different sides of the script. So it's not like you have 3 different audition lines and they're all on the same page. They are from different aspects of the script. So as a result, when you're reading through them, we don't want it to be one note. So I imagine when I'm voicing a character, I don't know if you can see my hand, but I kind of imagine it as a little bit of a circle. And yes, you might have a really normalized sentence, which is just how they are day to day. But then I want to play with the parameters with the additional lines. So I want to show what she's like when she's really angry, when she's really upset, when she's really happy. Not exaggerated, but just playing with the parameters of the role so that you're showing the casting director, not that you necessarily interpret the line in the correct way, but that you're showing the emotional versatility of the character, because that's your job. They can see past the fact of you not understanding what that sentence means without any context. That doesn't matter. It's more about showing the different sides of the character. So I do feel that that one's really, really important. And I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Brittany Lauder, who did mention aspects of that in her coaching class. And that's something that's really stuck with me, different sides of the character. Last one's just a general note. Don't get wrapped up in accents. For example, like this is 3 of my Australian indie clients. But for a lot of these, like, we didn't need to use Australian accents. So I know that a lot of you are from Australia. So if you are, you don't need to feel pressured to use an American accent, even though the game may have used it, and vice versa. You don't need to feel pressured to use an Australian accent if you are American or from Denmark or anywhere you're in the world. So that doesn't really matter. We're more focusing on the character themselves. If you're great at accents and you can do it respectfully, that's totally cool, but just don't feel pressured. Once again, no barrier to entry. Okay, so a little bit about Clear. So once again, shout out to Invert Mouse. So Clear is a 2D side scroller, survival, no jump scare horror game. It's really, really cool, and it is literally done by one person. He is a wonderful game developer. It's out on Steam, coming to Nintendo Switch in October next month. That's so exciting. And he's just announced Clear 2 as well, literally last week, which is awesome. One thing, if you do happen to get a code, it would be awesome. If you do happen to play it, give them a review as a little bit of a thank you. That would be awesome. So here we go, the Clear mock audition. So as I told you all, I'm just gonna click through here, but actually before I do, yeah, so there's been no one new. All right, awesome. All right, so I'm going to have Anjali audition for Clear, Alana, sorry, I have to make sure they're not here, Natalie, Jessica. Oh no, I did on another line. That's okay. Carol, and Scarlett. Okay, great. So you 6 will be auditioning for Clear. And then for the dad, we're going to have Harry, Thomas, Mikey, Hamish, and Adrian. I was trying to count up my fingers as I went through it, but I hope that works. So we had the 6 here and the 6 here. So you should have your links up open. So we have a short description as given by Marcus, Invert Mouse, and he's just written for Clear, a quiet but brave child stricken by the curse of Chaos Mana. And then for the dad, an introverted yet cool-headed scientist. So this is quite a small description compared to when we do look at some other video game auditions. So it is quite unique in that regard. So what I'll get you to do, could I just have those 6 ladies unmuted for now? So that was Anjali, Alana, Natalie, Jessica, Carol, and Scarlett. So what I'm going to get you to do in that particular order, hopefully you remember that order, just slate your name and then you can start recording those 3 lines. Sound good? Yeah, maybe?
I do not remember the order.
Okay, no worries. So it was Anjali, Alana, Natalie, Jessica, Carol, and Scarlett. Okay, and when you're ready.
Anjali Kunupanini. Mum, Dad, Florine, we need to make sure they're okay. I told you to leave me alone. Please, I never asked for this.
Awesome. All right, next up, Alana.
Alana Fitzgerald. Mum, Dad, Florine, we need to make sure they're okay. I told you to leave me alone. Please, I never asked for this.
Awesome. Natalie?
Natalie Barron. Mum, Dad, Florine, we need to make sure they're okay. I told you to leave me alone. Please, I never asked for this.
Awesome. Jessica?
Mum, Dad, Florine, we need to make sure they're okay. I told you to leave me alone. Please, I never asked for this.
Awesome. Carol?
Carol Ilyana.
Mum, Dad, Florine, we need to make sure they're okay. I told you to leave me alone. Please, I never asked for this.
Cool. And lucky last, Scarlett.
Mum, Dad, Florine, we need to make sure they're okay.
Oh no, I think you've frozen. Sorry, do you mind starting again? Oh no, it sounded so good though.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, we can hear now.
Mom, Dad, Florine, we need to make sure they're okay. I told you to leave me alone. Please, I never asked for this.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm just going to remind everyone, so everyone who is listening, please feel free to write who you felt had the strongest performance in the Zoom group chat. So it was Anjali, Alana, Natalie, Jessica, Carol, and Scarlett. And then for the guys, I'll write down the actual order there so everyone can see it too. And then, I'm sorry if this is loud. Once again, teacher in me. Ooh, I'm going to have to count those. That's really close. Sorry, it's a little painful. Ooh, okay, so there's 9 for Anjali. Ooh, that is hard. Okay, I think Anjali got that. Well done. All right, so I'll write a note. So I'll send that to you. Tonight might be pushing it. Probably tomorrow. I'll send out a round of emails with the Steam codes. Awesome job. All right, so I'm going to write out. Oh no, apparently I'm writing to Matt B. There we go. Sorry, you can see my screen too. So I'm like, how embarrassing. Okay, so I'm going to write out the guys first so you have the order. So just let me write out the 6 first. So Harry, Thomas, Mikey, Hamish, Adrian, Oh, hold on. Sorry, guys. Don't write just yet. I'll have it in one order. I think I've made a little mistake. Hold on. So Harry, Thomas, Mikey, Hamish, Adrian, and I think I've missed one person. I may have said Rory before. I'm going to put Rory in this lot. Yeah, that's my 6. I did count it wrong. 6. Okay. Okay, so same sort of thing. So we have our order there so that everyone watching knows, can remember who each of them are. And when you're ready, Harry.
Okay. Enough experience for today. It's too dangerous to continue. What are you saying? Our marriage was arranged from the start. How can I regret?
Awesome. And next up?
Thomas Bird. Enough experiments for today. It's too dangerous to continue. What are you saying? Our marriage was arranged from the start. How can I have regrets?
Awesome. And Mikey?
Mikey Joaquin. Enough experiments for today. It's too dangerous to continue. What are you saying? Our marriage was arranged from the start. How can I have regrets?
Awesome. Hamish?
Hamish Plagimars. Enough experiments for today. It's too dangerous to continue. What are you saying? Our marriage was arranged from the start. How can I have regrets?
Some very different interpretations. And next up?
Adrian Webb. Enough experiments for today. It's too dangerous to continue. What are you saying? Our marriage was arranged from the start. How could I have regrets?
Awesome. And Rory?
Rory Clark. Enough experiments for today. It's too dangerous to continue. What are you saying? Our marriage was arranged from the start. How can I have regrets?
Awesome. Good job, guys. And we start the timer again. Put in who you felt had the strongest performance. Oh, wow, that was fast. Maybe you don't even need a timer. Okay, let's have a look. Because not me. Don't forget to turn your sound down just a little bit. I tried to find a nicer sound, I promise. All right, I think that one belongs to Thomas. Well done. All right, give yourselves all a round of applause, though. Good job. Little fairy claps or something to celebrate. Good job. All right, now we get into our next one. So now I hide muted applauses. All right, so a little bit about Brimstone Brawlers. So you can find them on Twitter at Brimstone Game. It is this amazing local couch co-op brawler game, and it's basically made by 1 to 2 people, honestly, like super duper indie. And I get so excited about it, and I don't think that the developers really believe me, but I really love local couch co-op games. And I was really lucky to play this last year at PAX, and it is just so smooth. So yeah, I really recommend checking this one out. It's awesome, and the characters are just they're just crazy. There's just so much character there. So this one's on, you can get it on Steam wishlist at the moment too. So it's in early access. Why is this not letting me go? Okay, lovely. So we have the Countess here. So married into a wealthy family at a young age, the Countess was soon widowed due to her husband's early demise. Bound to her manor and growing ever more bored, she turned her attention to the gardens. noble and playful with a morbid sense of humor. So she's just awesome. The butcher is always a favorite. Slightly unhinged, the butcher is using the recent turmoil in Brimstone to venture out onto the streets to find the products to restock his store. He is gruff and excitable. If I was a guy, I have to admit that's the character I'd really want to audition for. All right, so randomized. So for I've done this in a really weird way. Now I'm confused with where I'm at. Okay, for the girls, so auditioning for the Countess, I have Amy, and then we have to double back over. A lot of you are going to get 2 turns. Anjali, Alana. Actually, can someone do me a favor? As I'm reading these out, do you mind writing them for me? Because I'm like writing it here, and that's why I'm getting a little bit lost. Is that okay? Oh, thank you. Oh, now everyone's doing it. Okay, can I elect Anjali because you were so fast? Okay, so if Anjali could write this for me. Amy, Anjali, Alana, Natalie, Jessica. All right, so I need 2 more. Carol, and Scarlett. Awesome. So we'll start with the females first, and then I'll elect one of the guys to help me type for the next one. All right, so we have our order there. So when you're ready, oh, I think that one was starting with Amy. Oh, no, I have too many. Oh, no, sorry, Scarlett. I won't have you in this round. I'll have you in the next one. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to start with Amy, then Anjali, and onwards. All right, Amy, when you're ready.
Sure. Amy Campbell? Butcher. I'm still waiting for that special order. My darlings are getting hungry. Oh, yes, my thorns came in so pointy this year. Time to weed out the weak.
Awesome. And next up.
Anjali Kunipaneni. Butcher. I'm still waiting for that special order. My darlings are getting hungry. Oh, yes. My thorns came in so pointy this year. Time to weed out the weak.
Awesome.
Alana Fitzgerald. Butcher. I'm still waiting for that special order. My darlings are getting hungry. Oh, yes. My thorns came in so pointy this year. Time to weed out the weak.
Awesome. And Natalie?
Natalie Barron. Butcher. I'm still waiting for that special order. My darlings are getting hungry. Oh, yes. My thorns came in so pointy this year. Time to weed out the weak.
Some really cool interpretations. And lucky last, Carol.
Carol Ilyana. Butcher. I'm still waiting for that special order. My darlings are getting hungry. Oh, yes, my thorns came in so pointy this year. Time to weed out the weak.
Awesome. All right, guys. And place in your votes. Awesome. No, sorry, Scarlett. It was because I had Amy on there first and I accidentally put a 7th one on, so you'll be in for the next round. All right, let's have a look. I found that one really hard. I listened to a bunch of them and I was just like, oh, that's great. Oh. Oh, that one was really tight, but I think that one goes to Natalie. Well done, Natalie. Give you all of yourselves a round of applause. All right. Then we have the butcher. Okay. So I tried to get a little bit ahead this time. So I've got, could I get, Samuel, the first one, do you just mind writing out the order for me as it comes in? What's in now? Messaging. Keep obviously leaning on my keyboard. Thank you, Sam. All right. So it starts with you, Lupin, Mass,
I'm typing it as one big chunk. You're good. Keep going.
Oh, cool. Okay, no worries. So we had Mass, Michael, Sean, and Gianni. How did you write it as one big?
Sure.
Oh, Gianni, Gianni.
Gotcha.
Cool. Yeah, I tried to do it as one big chunk, and it just was not working for me. I'm not very techie.
I am sorry if I misspelled anyone's names.
It was a G for Gianni, but I think you know who you are, right, Gianni?
Sorry, Gianni.
All right, cool. We got the 6 there. All right, and when you're ready.
Okay. Sam East. Hey, Countess. You know we have some supply issues. I'm trying my hardest. It looks like meat's back on the menu. With the way the city's going, I'll be restocked in no time.
Awesome. And next up, Lupin.
Lupin Chevalier. Hey, Countess, you know we have some supplies issues. I'm trying my hardest. Looks like meat's back on the menu. With the way the city's going, I'll be restocked in no time.
Awesome. I always love listening to the auditions for him. It's really cool.
All right. Mass Lindegard. Hey, Countess. You know we have some supply issues. I'm trying my hardest. Looks like meat's back on the menu. With the way the city's going, I'll be restocked in no time.
Awesome. Next up, Michael.
Michael Greenwood. Hey, Countess! You know we have some supply issues. I'm trying my hardest. It looks like meat's back on the menu. With the way this city's going, I'll be restocked in no time.
Awesome. Sean?
Sean MD. Hey, Countess. You know we have some supply issues. I'm trying my hardest. Looks like meat's back on the menu. With the way this city's going, I'll be restocked in no time.
Cool stuff. And lucky last.
Gianni D. Hey, Countess. You know we have some supply issues. I'm trying my hardest. It looks like meat's back on the menu. And with the way that this city's going, I'll be restocked in no time.
Awesome stuff. All right, guys, pop in your votes. Oh, dang. Oh, I forgot my timer. It's okay. You guys are so fast anyway. All right, I'll give you about 5 more seconds. You guys are fast. Awesome. All right, I'd say that's pretty unanimous. Awesome. That can go to Mass. Well done. All right. And now we have our final round. We can skip over that timer. Goodbye. Okay. Lucky last one. So Aluna and Bree, so you can find them at Latched Up Games. This RPG turn-based adventure, it's got like 50 hours of content and heaps of Australian puns and references all throughout the game. So it's really, really cool. It definitely does Australia proud. Oh, thank you, Alana. That would be awesome. And it's out on Steam too. So it came out, I think it was about a year and a half ago. And so they're working on their next title now. Okay, so we have Eldoris, an octopus girl from an alternate dimension known as the Frack. She is a high-ranking warrior in Queen Priscilla's army as she tries to help the Queen take over Axon City. She is quickly defeated by Bree and her friends and is held captive in their basement where she mostly bums around watching movies on a laptop and plotting her revenge. She wants to kill everyone, but she has a bit of a soft spot for Bree. So it shows a little bit about the relationship dynamic there, which is really cool. And as you can see, the character descriptions are much longer with that one. We've kind of done that in order. And then we have Demetrius, a disgraced naval officer from the Galtician Royal Navy, and he has turned to a life of piracy after fleeing from a massive naval conflict to save his own life. After being rescued by Bree, he moves to Axon City, where he's incredibly confused by any and all forms of technology, which is a cool little tidbit, I find. All right, so I've got these labeled. Let's see how I go. So, Alana, so can you please write down Scarlett, Amy, Anjali, Alana, Natalie, and Jessica. That should be 6. Yes, I'm really struggling with this whole 6. Okay, awesome. So Scarlett, when you're ready.
Okay. You've made a grave mistake challenging me to a fight. Tentacle Terror! Soon the tables will turn, Bree. Queen Priscilla will conquer your realm, and I'll hold you captive in my basement.
Really cool. Next up, Amy.
Amy Campbell. You made a grave mistake challenging me to a fight. Tentacle Terror! Soon the tables will turn, Bree. Queen Priscilla will conquer your realm, and then I'll hold you captive in my basement.
I absolutely love that last line. Anjali.
Anjali Kunipaneni.
You made a grave mistake challenging me to a fight. Tentacle Terror! Soon, the tables will turn, Bree. Queen Priscilla will conquer your realm, and then I'll hold you captive in my basement.
Cool. Alana.
You made a grave mistake challenging me to a fight. Tentacle Terror! Soon the tables will turn, Bree. Queen Priscilla will conquer your realm, and then I'll hold you captive in my basement.
Awesome. Next up.
Natalie Barron. You made a grave mistake challenging me to a fight. Tentacle Terror! Soon the tables will turn, Bree. Queen Priscilla will conquer your realm, and then I'll hold you captive in my basement.
Awesome. And lucky last, Jessica.
Jessica Burns. You made a grave mistake challenging me to a fight. Tentacle Terror! Soon the tables will turn, Bree. Queen Priscilla will conquer your realm, and then I'll hold you captive in my basement.
Good job, ladies. All right. And place your votes. I'm just ditching this. I don't know why I'm bothering. Wow. Okay. Oh, this one's really split. Oh my goodness, that's so rough. Okay, I don't know how to count them all. Can Amy, can you please count? Actually, ladies, can you just count your own and then let me know? That might be easier. You're all here. You're all unmuted. Yeah, it's really split. Like, it's not unanimous at all. Good on you.
I've got 4.
Who is that?
Jess.
Jess 4. Okay.
3 for me, Anjali.
I've got 6, Alana.
You did awesome. How did Scarlett go? Oh, you guys are so kind.
I'm a bit lost. I need to calculate my own.
Ah, 1, 2.
I think Scarlett has 9.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Oh, awesome. That you all did so well. Okay, so we're giving that one to Scarlett. Well done. Okay, and lucky last for the guys. Could I please get who's first on here? Okay, yeah, so we're starting back at the top. So Harry, can you write these out for me if you don't mind? So it starts with you. So Harry, then Thomas, Mikey, Hamish, Adrian, and Rory. Sorry if I went too fast. Oh, Matt, have you had a turn? No, Matt, sorry. I'm sorry. I wrote Brimstone and I don't think I popped it down. Okay. No, can I get Matt in here? Who else? Lucian. What have I done? Sorry. Oh, see, it's so hard working on this sheet here. Okay. So sorry, can you please unmute yourself if you're a guy and you haven't had a turn yet?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. So Lucian, sorry, we'll write a new list.
Am I coming through?
So we've got Lucian. Who else have we got?
Lucky.
Yep. So Lockie. Number 3. Was it anyone else? Matt?
Yep.
Yeah, Matt. Okay. Was it anyone else?
Yeah, Chris.
And Chris. Oh, I don't know how I did that. How did I miss so many? Sorry. Okay. I'll write these up quicker and then I'll go back over the top. So I'll just say Lucian. Lockie. Oh, okay. So somebody's. All right. Thank you, Harry. Can I give you the new list? So it goes Lucian, Lockie, Matt, Chris, Harry, Thomas. No, that's okay. You're good to do this one, Harry, because we started back at the top again. So that's all fine. So Harry and then Thomas. Okay, cool. We got there. Okay, so that's starting with Lucian. Sorry. Okay, Lucian, when you're ready.
That's Demetrius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I am the dread pirate Demetrius, and I shall cut you down where you stand. Cutlass cacophony! Bree, what's going on? Water is falling from the sky. I've never seen something like this in the frack. Just kidding. Of course I know what rain is. That's a hilarious joke I just came up with.
Awesome. All right, Lucky.
Lucky bait. I am the dread pirate Demetrius, and I shall cut you down where you stand. Cutlass cacophony! Bree, what's going on? Water is falling from the sky. I've never seen something like this in the frack. Ha! Just kidding. Of course I know what rain is. That's a hilarious joke I just came up with.
Awesome. Matt.
Matt Barrett. I am the dread pirate Demetrius, and I shall cut you down where you stand. Cutlass cacophony!
Bree, what's going on? Water is falling from the sky. I've never seen something like this at the frack. Just kidding. Of course I know what rain is. That's a hilarious joke I just came up with.
Next up.
Yeah, Christopher Wardana. I am the dread pirate Demetrius, and I shall cut you down where you stand. Cutlass cacophony. Bree, what's going on? Water's falling from the sky. I've never seen something like this in the frack. Just kidding. Of course I know what rain is. That's a hilarious joke I just came up with.
Awesome. And next.
I am the dread pirate Demetrius, and I shall cut you down from where you stand. Cutlass cacophony. Bree, what's going on? Water is falling from the sky. I've never seen something like this in the Franks. Ha! Just kidding. Of course I know what rain is. That's a hilarious joke I just came up with.
Awesome. And lucky last to end us off.
Thomas Burt. I am the dread pirate Demetrius, and I shall cut you down where you stand. Cutlass cacophony! Bree, what's going on? Water is falling from the sky. I've never seen something like this in the frack. Ha! Just kidding. Of course I know what rain is. That's a hilarious joke I just came up with.
Awesome. Good job. You all did so well. And placing down your votes. Well, it's so cool to see it scroll past so quickly. All right, good job. All right, and let's keep still going. All right, good job. We've got to give that one to Thomas. Well done. Can you all give yourselves a round of applause? That was awesome. You did so good. Seeing all these little gesture hands. Love it.
Clap, everybody.
Yeah. All right, good job. I hope you all had fun. Eddie, yes. That's great. I can't even see what time it is. I'm going to assume we still have some time for the question and answer. That's the worst part of screen sharing. Nowhere tells me. All right. So opening it up now. If you have any questions for me. Oh, 7 minutes. Oh, that's great. All right. Anything you'd like to ask? Just unmute yourselves when you'd like and pop in. Or you can type them if you're nervous.
No, I have no questions.
No questions?
But thank you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
no
just going to
problem
say
at all.
thank you for hosting. This was great. It was really fun.
Because I never did this before, so I'm actually quite shocked.
Oh,
Thank you so much, everybody.
No worries at all. I'm so glad you had fun with it. And that's the idea. Like, just you might not know where to find the video game auditions, and it's just a matter of giving it a go in a low pressure environment. It's just all part of the fun. Question: how do we get a second hour?
I like that question.
Joel?
Yeah.
Fair question. Fair question.
Oh,
Take over 2020.
we do 6 minutes left. Any questions at all? Anything about video games, voice acting?
I do have a
equipment?
question. So
Mhm.
I'm at the point where I want to start looking. What's your advice for looking for agencies? I've looked at tons of tips, watched tons of videos, but like, how do you go about doing it, especially when you're trying to do roles like outside your country? Now
Mhm.
I'm looking for roles more in the United States, but like I know for you've gotten roles for things that are probably outside the United States too. So how did you go about doing that? I know it's a bit of a tedious task at times.
So explicitly in terms of finding an agent and contacting them? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you started emailing already?
Yes, I did actually one email already. So I just was like, I'm thinking like, okay, is there any other tips? Anything I'm missing out? I know the pricing. I've studied up and down the street. I've
awesome.
looked at, the proper, like, hey, if you get picked for a commercial, don't accept this thing. Like I've looked through all that, watched a bunch of different VA videos on that subject too, but just more of like, do you have any tips on how you started searching, or did you just start pulling them up and just made sure they fit what you're line in and sent it out?
Pretty much, because I have, I don't know how many, maybe 6 agents over in America. So being very conscious, obviously, that if you are exclusive with an agent, making sure that there's no crossover with any other agents within that particular region. A lot are non-exclusive though, which is great. So I know that this is going to be kept and it's going to be on YouTube and everything. But I do have a little bit of a theory when it comes to American agencies, and I'm kind of like, you can kind of catch them all in a Pokemon kind of circumstance. That sounds awful, but it would be different
that's a
for
great
you.
analogy, though.
But that's for me being Australian, because a lot of them are non-exclusive. So I could actually take on a bit of representation overseas. It's different here in Australia, and for you, it would obviously be different because they might want to claim more exclusivity off you. But I did find that I wanted to know the kind of work that they did book, and as a result, I scaled my particular credits within my email to make sure that it was short and it was still directing what they were booking. So for example, if they didn't cast for video games, I wasn't going to talk about my video game credits. So I was more just like, I have worked for commercial companies such as Telstra, High-Grow Bathrooms, and I kind of just threw out those names because that's kind of all they care about. But if you want to hook a huge agent, that advice might not stand entirely, and they like to look more at who you have exclusively worked with. Like they want to hear the names within the industry as well as the company name. I wouldn't personally go that far. I'll just be like, these are the brands I've worked with. But if you've worked with some reputable casting directors, list that in there too, exclusively with the work that they book. So if they're more a commercial agency, you need that commercial experience first. So you need to show that you're already actively booking. Because you've already emailed, you can follow up like every 3 months, every 6 months with specific work, once again, that they book. Like make sure that those check-ins and those milestones are really relevant. So if you've got a new commercial demo, send that 3 months later. If you've got a huge brand that you've nabbed, then send that too. So they don't mind you checking back in too. So that's an important note.
I've got a question.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, yes, no worries.
So because my voice sounds low, I'll just do a quick one. Bring these gypsy vermin to the Palace of Justice. How do you actually do it, like when you actually do it a bit higher? Because I was overweight before, and now I've been having some low voices. So what's the best way to actually make it so your voice is a bit higher than just low?
Probably making sure that the sound is reverberating a little more from your head. So make sure that the sound's coming up this way. It's a little bit tricky for me because I am naturally a lot more higher pitched. So I would work one-on-one with a coach in terms of explicitly expanding your range so that they know where the sound is currently coming from within you, to ensure that the sound is stemming from a little bit higher up, to make sure that you've got that higher pitched sound. Sorry, I know that's not very specific, but that's the best advice I can give, given that our vocal tones are very, very different, and it probably is more helpful to have that one-on-one coaching.
No problem. Thank you very much.
No worries. Oh, I'll just go back through. There were some questions in here. For us newbies, where do we look for auditions? Specifically for newbies, I would recommend the Casting Call Club and the Voice Acting Club. And that goes for their website and their Discord for the Voice Acting Club. Twitter is also an excellent resource. So if anyone here does not have Twitter, I would sincerely recommend that you do get it, because casting calls are retweeted all the time. So it is just a hub, particularly for video game and animation work. So I sincerely recommend that. But I also got my start on Newgrounds when I just wanted to start doing some original animation and stuff. So when you're starting out, you can go to student projects and do that for free. You can do it with small animation jobs that are receiving no revenue for game jams. All of that is totally fine as a beginner to do unpaid. But obviously, if there's any work that you're auditioning for or you have booked that is receiving revenue, whether it's a mobile game, Steam game, whether it's even being delivered to film festivals, just ensure that you're being paid for it too. So yeah, just scout that. It's a bit of a balancing act. I have a question after this question. Do you get to see the visuals for the video game when recording, or do those come after? In terms of the concept art, sometimes you do see it, sometimes you don't. It just depends on if the art's being created at that time. I mean, voice acting is supposed to be post-production, but a lot of the time we find casting directors casting earlier, and as a result, you're waiting 3 years for a game to come out. So it really, really depends on their process and how much they're prioritizing voice acting. Sometimes they're featuring it at a I have blanked at a particular convention. And at that point in time, they're just like, we just want to get the voices nailed down and then everything will come later. So it really depends on their process. Yeah, you mentioned video games. That's cool. What are your tips for reaching out to potential clients for the first time, and what things should we include when we message them? Ooh, I love marketing. Oh, that's a hard question just because there's so much I could ramble on about. For Twitter, I find that a great way to do it is I use the advanced search function, and I will actually put in like hashtags that you want to see come up. I'll put in indie dev. And then my particular search terms will be voices, VO, VA. I can't remember what my other ones are, but something like that. And then I'll see all the indie developers that have listed something about voices. It might not be an exclusive casting call, but if they've said, oh, I've written the script and I can't wait to implement voices into this. Some people have an issue with this, but I don't mind sending off a private message just going, hey, that's really cool that I've seen you working on the script. Just wondering if you've happened to finalize your casting decisions. If not, I would love the opportunity to send an audition. I just see marketing as opening a door. You're not pushing your services. You're just simply opening that door to say, hey, I'm available if you'd like me. Not please hire me, nothing like that. So that's one way, but there's also cold emailing, there's cold calling. So that's really, really tricky. Cold emailing is something I do every single day, and I'll have a different focus. For video games, I'm very conscious about what companies are already developing. So for example, if it is a platformer, I will be quite conscious to actually list in there, I have voice for games such as platformers, because sometimes that's a bit of a, such as Freedom Planet, I mean, if they've got a platformer, because that's a bit of a buzzword sometimes. Or if I'm looking at a game development company that makes MOBAs, I will list Battleright and Smite. So I actually scale my credits based on what I've already booked that I know suits their company. So it's a bit of a clever way to do it because you're just looking for buzzwords. You want them to read your email and be like, oh, they get what we're making. Okay, we'll get them to audition. Sorry, I'm trying to be really, really fast. Are we at time?
Amy, if I may.
Yes?
I was just wondering if you know of any Australian social media communities that are good for voiceover. I know on Twitter I've got a lot of American people who I interact with, but I'm struggling to sort of get more of an Australian following going.
Oh, an Australian following or looking for Australian developers?
More so just other, I mean, developers are fine, but also just other Australian voiceover
Voice
artists.
actors. Oh, okay. On Discord, we have the Australian voiceover. Yeah, it's just called Australian voiceover. So if you want to shoot me a DM after this, I thought you were in there, but maybe not. Shoot me a DM and I'll give you a link to the Discord. So that's
Fantastic.
exclusively for Australians, and we put in Australian casting calls, either within our country or with the accent, workshops, all that kind of thing. It's just a really nice community. So yeah, just shoot me a DM or I'll forget. Oh yeah, I didn't see it. Sorry, Marcus had his hand up for ages. I'm glad you jumped in. Oh, we're at time. Oh yeah, so sorry. I need to wrap it up in the next minute. Yeah, okay. I'm so sorry, but if you do have a question that you didn't get a chance to ask, just shoot me a DM, and yeah, I'm all good to respond. Thank you so much for coming, guys. I hope you had fun.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a
No
blast.
worries.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
Chapter 6.
Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would like, let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was like nothing to do, and it was really like boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this like environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to like participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense like I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was like November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Gladiator versus the Bombardier. Viewer event Spin Doctor. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. The boss approaches. Room incoming. Entering the cell block. Trap kill. Room complete. Kill. Incoming. Viewer event, Spin Doctor. Incomplete. Room complete. Viewer event, nuked. Room complete. Room complete. Victory.
What do you do when you run out of spell slots? I'm sure you've wondered how I, Walnut, have become as well known as I am for never being in want of spell slots and always being prepared for any situation. Listen to the end for my trade secret. As you know, personally, I never run out of spell slots. As a level 10 druid, circle of the moon, mind you, I have so many spell slots and so many options. Do I want to scare off some feral cats with a little magic missile? Cure an oafish paladin's boo-boo with a little good berry? Or am I feeling spicy enough to drop a 3rd level moonbeam down on an entire illegal logging operation? I'd love to run out of spell slots. I would. That would mean I'm doing my best out there to protect the natural world. I suppose I do have to mitigate only having 2 wild shapes per day. Now, I know what normal people would think in this situation, but Walnut, can't you just save those wild shapes for when you're in the most dire circumstances? No, I say. Instead, I would say, what defines a day? Certainly, there's no law, no rule, that a day has to be anything other than the time between rests. And that's why I've developed a perfect system to skirt the rules, as it were. I need to do a big fight with a dragon in 30 minutes. Good thing I can turn into the mighty dragon's most feared natural enemy, a regular ass bear. But oh no, I don't have enough time to sit for 4 hours and regen my wild shapes. Guess I'll die. Sorry, the rest of my party. Has this ever happened to you? Not anymore. Now druids can perform not 5, not 6, not 7, but 8 equidistant mini trances, or naps as I like to call them, across the day. Why wait for your wild shapes to fully regenerate when you can get partial credit for a 30-minute nap blast? Sure, I could turn into a whole bear, but isn't it just as good to have my regular body and say like 1 bear arm for about 15 minutes? That's a whole 150 rounds of combat. If you can't get the job done with 1 bear arm in 100 rounds of combat, then why are we even talking?
Welcome to the Get a Foot in the RPG Industry Door with Community Content panel. My name is Michael O'Brien and I'm Vice President at Chaosium, which is the publishers of Call of Cthulhu, RuneQuest and other games. And one of the hats I wear there is actually looking after our community content programs. And joining us on the panel today, we have Lisa Penrose and we have MT Black. Lisa, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, I'm Lisa Penrose. I am a storyteller, host, and brand manager of DungeonMastersGuild.com, which is a platform where you can license and publish 5th edition D&D content.
And MT.
Hi there, I'm MT Black. I'm a freelance game designer. I mostly operate in the Dungeons and Dragons world, but I've branched out into a few other things as well.
So I think we'll start the panel off by mentioning that there is a chat thread for the panel. I believe it's on Discord, and we will be over there, or at least some of us will be over there if you have any questions to ask there on that panel. I was going to like point to the left or right where the chat is, but anyway, it's going to be fun. I think the best thing we need to start the panel off with is defining exactly what community content is and why it's a great way to get your foot into the industry door. Lisa, you're the brand manager of the biggest community content platform there is. Do you want to just tell people exactly what it's all about?
Yeah, absolutely. So at least for Dungeon Masters Guild, community content lets you take any intellectual property that is part of Dungeons and Dragons and use that in adventures, supplements, additional core rules, basically anything you want to create within Dungeons and Dragons. You can do that and publish it as part of Dungeon Masters Guild. There is like a certain like box and rules and guidelines that you have to follow. There are certain settings that your adventure or supplement needs to take place in, or it has to be setting neutral. But if you're playing within that box, it unlocks a whole set of existing 5th edition and previous edition D&D lore that you then get access to.
And we have a similar community content platform for Call of Cthulhu. It's called the Miskatonic Repository. We have one for our RuneQuest RPG, which is called the Johnstown Compendium. And we have one for our 7th Sea game, which is called the Explorers Society. And I believe there's probably about another dozen or so for other game systems as well. And you can find them all on Drive-Thru RPG. The Dungeon Masters Guild was the first one. And I am going to shamelessly say that when Chaosium thought, hey, we're going to get into this community content, we looked at how the DMs Guild did things, and our guidelines and the way it operates is pretty much essentially the same. So everything we talk about in this panel today will pretty much work across all of these different community content platforms. Now, MT Black, this is where you got your start in the RP industry door. You got your foot in the door, didn't you? Can you tell us a bit about your journey?
Yeah, for sure. I think like many people, I've been playing D&D and other role-playing games for many, many years. Here in Sydney, where I'm based, probably didn't have as many opportunities as folk in the US do to probably meet other creators or other dungeon masters. That happens a bit more in the US. Some of us overseas are a little bit more isolated. But like a lot of people who are dungeon mastering, I was in game mastering, I was creating a lot of my own content, and for many years having a dream of publishing something in D&D, but that seemed too big a bridge to cross, really. Then the Dungeon Masters Guild started up, and I was really delighted. I couldn't believe I could publish something officially and put the Dungeons and Dragons stamp on it. That was really exciting. So I started in very soon after the program kicked off. It was 2016. I created my first few products. They weren't very exciting. I didn't have a lot of the skills back then, but it was exciting to actually be able to participate in the program. And I enjoyed the act of, self-publishing so much. I just kept doing that, learning skills and building that up over time. And that's 4 years later, that's become really a good second career for me. I've continued to publish a lot of material in the DMs Guild, but I've also had the chance to work with other companies as well, including Wizards of the Coast on some of their official titles. So that's been a really exciting journey for me. But I can say without a doubt it would not have happened without the DMs Guild and without the concept of community content creation.
And Lisa, the DMs Guild started in 2016, and 4 years later, I was looking there the other day. There's not hundreds of items on there. There's probably not even thousands of items. Would there be tens of thousands of items now?
Easily. There's so much content that goes up. Goodness, like even like each day, so many different titles get published. It's really exciting.
And this is from creators all around the world, which is another exciting aspect of it as well. And I think, as MT mentioned, I'm also in Australia as well. And when I began my RPG journey long ago, the way you get to communicate with people on the other side of the world is you'd actually have to write a letter and stick a stamp and send it away. So the opportunities are so much bigger today. So the Miskatonic repository, our Call of Cthulhu community content site, it started about 18 months ago, and it certainly doesn't have tens of thousands of items in it as yet. But again, it's a site where content is being added every week by creators all over the world, and it gives people an opportunity to share their creations with a very wide audience, because Drive-Thru RPG is the biggest digital platform for sharing content, RPG content that you can find. It's a wonderful thing. So, MT, what was your first creation on the DMs Guild?
It was I looked this up the other day. I put it up about 3 days after the DMs Guild started.
Oh, you were really early adopter then.
Oh, I wanted to get going. Yeah, I was chomping at the bit after many years of creative frustration. But it was called Fantastic Feats, and it was a book of feats. And I often tell people, no exaggeration, I didn't really know how to edit a book. I didn't know how to lay out a book, and I didn't understand 5e feats very well at all either. So the book didn't look great. The content wasn't great, but it was a start, and that's kind of how I've learned. I've learned by doing, and I kind of encourage people. The biggest thing I think that stops folk creating is just the fear of it's not going to be good enough. But when I look at some of the very primitive things I produced 4 years ago compared to where I've come over the last 4 years, you've really just got to jump into the water and give it a go and start creating. And I've come a long way.
So Lisa, what resources are there to help people start this journey? Because it can be a very daunting prospect to say, I've got some great ideas, I've written some things down, I've got scribbled notes. What does the DMs Guild itself and the Miskatonic repository and Johnstown Compendium, etc., what do they give you as a toolkit to help you begin this creative journey?
Well, I'd say there are sort of two different buckets of resources for Dungeon Masters Guild. And one of those are resources that Dungeon Masters Guild provides itself. So if you go onto dmsguild.com, there's like a sidebar that has filters that you can click on. And one of those categories is resources for DMG creators. If you are a beginner creator, you don't have an art budget to speak of, you're not even sure how to lay out an adventure, you're going to find there style guides that come from Wizards of the Coast directly, including style guides for the Forgotten Realms specifically as a setting. And so little things like knowing that instead of a week, it's a 10-day, those sorts of things. A template to use for an adventure, and also so many art packs provided by Wizards of the Coast. It's artwork pulled from earlier editions of D&D that you have at your disposal. that is one bucket of resources. I'd say your other really, really big resource though, and this is a big one for community content, is the DMs Guild community itself. If you go onto, there's an unofficial Discord group, there's an official Facebook group for creators, and on Twitter's there's hashtag DMs Guild, which is super, super active. Though that community loves helping new creators, loves encouraging each other, and collaborating on projects. So if you're new and you just need someone to keep you accountable on a project, encourage you to hit that publish button, or answer any questions that you have, I think the community is probably your biggest resource.
The same thing actually applies for Chaosium's community content as well. We also have user guidelines, we have templates, so you don't have to worry about how am I going to lay this out, how's it going to look. You can just download the template and put your text into it, and it's going to come out looking really nice. In fact, I was very gratified the other day. We had a reviewer write about a recent product that came out, and they said it's getting hard to tell the difference between an official Chaosium product and a Johnstown Compendium product in terms of just the quality of the layout and the artwork and things like that. And that's a very gratifying thing for a creator, an independent creator, to see that in a review. The other one that we also have very similar are the art packs, where we provide a whole lot of art from previous products and so on that you can put into your releases, and you get to use those royalty-free or without any other issues there. We also have in ours, Call of Cthulhu is a game that's set in the real world. So we've put some in our guidelines, we've put some links to things, some real life libraries like the New York libraries, and I can't remember the names exactly of them here, but they're in the guidelines. And they have a whole lot of copyright free and royalty free artwork and photographs. British Museum is one of them actually. And they're great things that you can put in as well, and you don't have any issues about the use of those. And then the other great thing is we do have creators that create art packs of their own too, don't we? That you can use, and that's a great way. So how have you used the community, MT, to build your products?
Yeah, it's as Lisa said, it's really, the community is really important and has been a really enjoyable part of the journey, is being part of the community, and also really valuable in terms of learning skills. So when we first started off, we didn't really have an easy way to find each other. We'd all be kind of publishing and we're all in a silo. And then social media groups just started naturally evolving, and Lisa's mentioned a few of those on Facebook, on Twitter, and Discord. It's quite big now as well. And it really the case early on of just starting to reach out to people. You'd see someone's work that you like, you'd try and find them on Facebook or on Twitter. You'd start to talk to them, and then if they liked some of your work as well, you might establish a bit of a friendship, and you might decide to collaborate on a project as well. So probably the first year, or probably the first 6-7 months, I was doing just about everything solo. And then I started to reach out to creators whose work I saw and I like, and started to establish partnerships. And that's just really evolved over the last 4 years, where I've met dozens, I probably know a couple of hundred creators, to varying degrees now on the DMs Guild. I've chatted to a lot of folk, and I've participated in some absolutely fabulous collaborations. Even just this week, we put up we released a book about a week ago, which involved about a dozen people. We all collaborated together on Discord, producing that book. And one of our collaborators was Ed Greenwood, the creator of the Forgotten Realms. That was a lot of fun to work with him. Yeah, and Ed was on the Discord chat with us, and it was interesting too. He said at the end of it, he said he was amazed at how quickly the book came together. Came together in about 3 months. He just said, just the way the team worked and the use of technology allowed us to respond and resolve issues incredibly quickly. And that allows us to, that's a combination of both the modern social media technology and also finding new ways to work and having a large team. It made a real impression on him. I thought that was interesting. But yeah, the community's been absolutely vital, as well as providing some really good friends. Some people who I talk to every day or two now. So it's fabulous.
So Lisa, you're the brand manager for the DMs Guild. So I guess it's your job to promote the brand and build those communities together. Has that process been, is that accelerating in recent years with the great success with fifth edition?
I mean, I'd definitely say that the Dungeon Masters Guild community is increasingly enthusiastic, creative, and collaborative. And I've been with the Guild for about 2 years now. Wow, time flies. And I'd say over those 2 years, the Guild has gotten more and more collaborative. I'm starting to see in those like top products, that like carousel on the website, more and more of those are large collaborations between a dozen to 20 or even more creators.
Wow.
And that's folks who are maybe writers all working on different encounters, but also they're getting in people who specialize in editing, in layout, in illustration. And these projects can start as like a single tweet, someone just putting out into the universe. Wouldn't it be so cool to have an anthology about adventures that focus on this one very niche thing? And then it kind of snowballs, people get excited, they're retweeting it, they're joining in the conversation. And then all of a sudden you've got a new Discord or a new Slack group going where everyone's collaborating and making this thing come to fruition.
Oh, that's wonderful. We've noticed the same thing as started to happen with our community content as well, and we've started to have people making those comments of, hey, I just realized that if I did this all by myself, if I'd had other people involved here, it would have happened a lot faster and maybe been a lot better in terms of bringing certain strengths to it. So I'm gonna shamelessly say that the Miskatonic Repository, the Johnstown Compendium, we're watching what the DMs Guild does, and we don't want to reinvent the wheel. You guys are really leading the way. So, what latitude do creators have for material that's in a community content release? Is there a quality issue?
I would say, I mean, we don't go through and like grade things on quality and include or not include things. Like MT said, gosh, if you're worried about like something not being good enough, you're first of all probably your biggest critic. But secondly, the biggest goal for me with Dungeon Masters Guild is trying to break down those barriers to folks being able to publish content, create content. And so I wouldn't say that there are quality barriers there. The limitations are going to be versus the open gaming license, where you can truly create like whatever the heck you want as long as you're only using an allowed section of D&D IP. You get access to all of D&D IP, but you have to create within the Forgotten Realms, Ravnica, Ravenloft, Eberron, and Theros. You're not allowed to use someone else's IP randomly inserted into D&D. And I mean, there's other rules, like you've got to be allowed to use the artwork you're using, those sorts of things. But that's really it in terms of limitations.
Well, I mean, there's very common sense rules about not using other people's, violating other people's copyrights and trademarks and things. I mean, that would apply whether you were doing community content or any publishing at all.
Mm-hmm.
We have an interesting principle in creating stuff for our RoomQuest role-playing game, and that's set in the world of Glorantha, which was created by Greg Stafford. And very, very early on in the piece, this is a game that's been around since the late 1970s. Greg Stafford said, "Your Glorantha will vary," which means, you know, it's what you do with the world could be different to what we have. So what we've said is what Chaosium publishes is the official canon for the world, and that's going to be in our official publications. And for us, canon only matters for official publications, for which is published by Chaosium, and you know, maybe we have licensees. For Johnstown Compendium creations, we very, very clearly say that your Glorantha will vary. We have to stick to canon, but that's a restriction on our interpretations of Glorantha, not yours. Yours can vary as much or as little as you want for what you create. And then other than that, we basically say, go knock yourselves out. And that gives people a huge amount of freedom. Now they can be as close to our canon as you want, but you don't have to necessarily follow that. And then, and this applies to all of the community content sites. You're not allowed to have material that a reasonable person would consider, you know, libelous or defamatory or racist or homophobic or discriminatory, etc., etc. I mean, that's all just common sense.
Can I add one thing to that?
Sure.
So that's the same with Dungeon Masters Guild, where it's like the official publications are canon, but you can really play with the world for community content. But the other thing with community content is once you publish something, it kind of becomes a part of this pool of property open to other community creators. So if one creator wants to make, I don't know, this like really powerful wizard NPC named Joe, then other community creators can take Joe and put them into their worlds as well, or their versions of these worlds.
Yeah, and the same applies for the other community content programs as well. Because as I said, we looked at what the DMs Guild did, and we've pretty much covered it. So that's all incorporated in what's called the End User License Agreement, or EULA. And that sort of spells out exactly how all of that works. But it's an important note to say that when you do your creation and you upload it to the community content platform, it does not go to WotC or Chaosium or whoever to be verified, checked, reviewed, edited, or whatever. It goes up there. If something gets flagged as problematic, it can be then taken down, but there is not a hurdle from the publisher to say whether something goes up or not. So we are relying on the community to be doing the right thing in all of these cases. And, you know, there are isolated instances where things may have to be taken down or changed, but that's, I think, a very, very rare occurrence. So MT, you started with community content. And that's how you got your foot in the door of the RPG industry. Tell us a bit about what that led.
Sorry, I just missed the last question.
Oh, I was just going to say, tell us where that eventually led.
Oh, yeah. So that, you know, that led on a really exciting journey with a bunch of doors opening up. I was publishing a lot, which can be a helpful thing, I think, if you're trying to catch people's eyes. You know, just to have a steady stream of content. I think, you know, someone might publish one great thing and then you never hear from them for 2 years, and you're not sure, was that 20 years of work or went into that publication? You know, so that just to have things coming out, people put your name there and people see you, and if they think, okay, you're putting out a quality of work, you can probably hit a deadline. About a year after I'd started publishing, I was mostly focusing on adventures by this time. I was approached by Baldwin Games to write one of their adventures for the upcoming Gen Con. So that was really exciting for me. I'd never been to Gen Con, but I knew, obviously it's a fairly legendary event. So that was for their 50th anniversary. So that was actually one of the first opportunities, I guess, that had opened up. It really excited me, and I had a lot of fun writing adventure for that.
So they saw you through the DMs Guild. That's where you came.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, that's right. They were looking around for creators. They had a couple of people on the team, and they said, we need a third person to do for this trilogy. And one of the other creators said, how about we check out MT Black? I see his adventures published pretty often. I like them, and so just through doing that door had opened up. So that was pretty exciting, and probably 6 or 7 months after that, things got more exciting, and it all happened quite quickly. I got an email from one of the Adventurers League administrators, Adventurers League being the organised play program. And once more, they'd seen my material. They said, we like it. You can obviously write adventures because you keep publishing them and people keep buying them. So would you like to write some adventures for us? And again, I haven't been to America in terms of the D&D world. I haven't gone to the conventions or rubbed shoulders with people in real life over there. This is all just through publishing on the platform. So that was terrific. Not long after that, I was invited by Chris Lindsay, who's the fellow who, the architect of the DMs Guild is the title he prefers. And he invited me to participate in the DMs Guild Adept program, which is where they give a small group of creators access to special resources and early access to the hardcover books to create content for it, to create kind of like a premium line of content. And while I was still catching my breath from all these exciting things, one day in, it must have been 2018, March 2018, I got an email from Adam Lee, who's one of the our senior designers at Wizards of the Coast, asking me if I wanted to be one of the writers on the book that turned into Descent into Avernus. And that astounded me. I think I've told the story before, but I was at work in the office and I read this email and I couldn't breathe. I got up and I was walking around the office, barely able to speak. And I rang my wife up and couldn't speak. I went, blah, blah, blah. And she said, "What's happened? Have you lost your job?" And it took me a couple of minutes to catch my breath. But it was that was incredibly exciting for me. It was a dream I'd had when I was 13 years old, to write something official for Wizards of the Coast, and for Dungeons and Dragons. It was TSR back then, and that was that was a really exciting time. And I've probably had 6 or 7 contracts with WotC since then, working on a whole range of stuff that I've been able to do for them. Some of their charity modules, a whole bunch of Adventurers League stuff, and some other stuff as well. So and that's all come just by me here in Sydney, sitting in front of the computer and publishing stuff for the DMs Guild. So so I'm a huge fan.
I think a very, very exciting part of that for anyone that all over the world is the fact that you said you did this from Sydney, Australia. And I think back to in the days past where you are a long way from anywhere, how you do that. I had some things published in the early 1990s, and I had to do it from Melbourne, Australia, and it was very hard because, as I said, it involved putting a stamp on an envelope. You're not there, you're not meeting people at the conventions, and you've done this all through this platform, which I think just shows that it's an amazing opportunity.
It really is. And one thing I've noticed over the years is when you talk to people who've been in the gaming industry, pro game designers for a long time, the RPG industry, so many opportunities just seem to come from rubbing shoulders at conventions or at game stores and things like that. You know, whenever someone says, "Here's how I got into the gaming industry," it usually involved a bit of some personal friendships, the right place at the right time, and these create barriers for people who are physically not able to go to all the conventions and start to meet people and build relationships. And there are also other barriers as well for people who mightn't actually move in those circles very easily for whatever reason. You know, you might come from another culture or something like that, or you just might find that a hard circle to crack into. So there's a degree where this has been I've seen this as a great leveler for folk who are not moving and so.
Same. I was just going to add that, I hear so many stories about how back in the day you kind of had to be like at the bar after the convention, having drinks with people and talking to the right folks. And I mean, all those barriers you mentioned, MT, but also a lot of marginalized people and young women, especially, that isn't like the safest or most comfortable environment to be in. And so I think just like the existence of the internet, first of all, and then communities like Dungeon Masters Guild, where you can kind of be an introvert behind a computer screen networking and making friends by jumping into conversations, or even just like jumping in and collaborating on a project with someone. There's so many other ways now that you can kind of get that foot in the door.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I just wanted to just go back about the issue of quality and for a moment, and that is, we had a number of people that have done releases on our platforms, and it's digital content. And what they've done is they publish something, people might have liked it or may not have, but they've come back and did an updated version of it. And that's one of the great things about digital content. So there was one particular release on the Johnstown Compendium, and it was one of our inaugural releases. So when we launched this about a year ago, it was up there on day one, and it was 31 pages. Last week, a updated edition of it was done, and it's now 118 pages with new artwork, and they've sort of updated the layout and everything else. And the really cool thing was, if you were one of these early adopters and bought this product initially, you just got the 118 page version as an update, because that's how Drive-Through RPG works. And the original creator, he did the initial one just by himself. This new one has, I think, about 5 or 6 people listed in the credits. So they had someone else come in and help with the layout, some new artists, some people redrew all the maps. And I think that is part of this creative journey as well, where you should be unafraid of putting something up that, you know, maybe isn't as perfect as you want it to be, because you have that great opportunity to redo it again and again, if need be. Which I think is an exciting part.
I think so. I think that's so true. I think part of it is recognizing this is a new medium and adopting new ways of publishing, that dynamic aspect of it. I've seen that play out many, many times in really positive ways. Like one of a early adventure. This anecdote might prove the old adage: "Can you judge a book by its cover?" But one of the early releases was a little adventure, and I called it Into the Dragon's Den, and I had a fairly dud sort of a cover on it. Didn't look that good. Wasn't selling at all after a few days. People, it wasn't being rated very well either. It was kind of averaging about 3 stars out of 5, and I thought, I just don't like this cover. I don't like the title. I thought, I'm taking this down and redoing it. And I changed a couple of things, but I really only changed the cover and the title. I retitled it Tower of the Mad Mage, put a much better picture on the cover, re-released that, and it sold like hotcakes. And it's one of my most popular adventures. and bizarrely is much better rated. Like it's rated like 4.7 out of 5. And all that really changed was the cover. But I've had many experiences like that where this dynamic conversation happens with your audience. Adventure I wrote called Wizard in a Bottle, and I put it up and I thought it was good, and someone who bought a lot of my stuff wrote, this conversation still immortalized on the DM's Guild, wrote, I really like this, but the last room is no good, it's too boring. And I said to him, oh, you know, where do you see the problems? And this person said, here's what I see the issue is. And I actually went and rewrote the last room based on that feedback that happened in the chat, and republished it and to much better effect. And I've had many experiences like that where even so far, some people say, here's some typos I found. Some people can be a bit negative about that stuff, but some people like, I found some typos, and they do that in a positive spirit. Yep, you fix them all up, and that's great how it's all just so dynamic now.
Yeah. So Lisa, could you tell people about how do you work out how to price what you're going to be putting up there, and what are the different options that creators can have?
Yeah, well, I feel like a lot of people who are starting out will tend to price their work either free or more often pay what you want. I think pay what you want.
What does that mean? Can you explain what pay what you want means?
Yeah, so pay what you want. If someone wanted to go and just download this for $0, they could totally do that. They do have the opportunity to come back and pay for it after they've like read through it, or they've run the adventure, or at any time in the future. I feel like a lot of times folks like just have no idea what to price their work at, or they feel like, well, this is my first time, I don't know how this is going to be received, and so they'll do pay what you want. And some folks just like that option. Alternately, you can set it at any particular price. A lot of the times I direct people actually to the Adventurers League section. That's that official play that MT mentioned. Especially if you're doing like one shots. Adventurers League really, because there's so many people who are used to buying one shots through Adventurers League, they kind of both set the standard for what people are looking to pay for a certain amount of adventure time. And I know that the admins are constantly trying to like push that a little bit because they know they set that standard. I would also just look at what other folks are pricing as well if it's a much larger supplement. I will say that with pay what you want, folks don't always remember to return and pay for something. So something I've actually noticed a lot of creators doing very recently, like maybe in the past year, is they will set a price, but then they'll make their preview like fully available, like their whole product. And anecdotally, at least, I'm seeing creators say that that's actually producing better results for them. People will glance at the preview, see that this is something of value that they will enjoy, and then they will happily purchase it for the set price.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make sure
Yeah,
I
that's,
tell Miskatonic repository people that one. That's a good one. So
sorry, I backed that up. Yeah, Mob, I just said I backed that up. What Lisa said there, and that's something we've been doing lately with a lot of our products, like the one that I just mentioned before that we released last week with Ed Greenwood. That's it's about 115 pages and a $15 PDF, and the complete thing is available for preview. You can download all 115 pages. It's got a nice big preview or sample watermark through it. That's fine. But you can get a really good idea of what it's like, and we've sold 500 copies in the last week. It doesn't, it certainly doesn't appear to be negatively impacting sales, and we've got some pretty good anecdotal evidence that if people are seeing it, they can see it's what they want to buy, and then if they're the sort of people who are going to buy something, they'll buy it.
Yeah, I always encourage creators, if they're asking me, I encourage them to set a price, because you've spent time creating something. You should value your time and talent. I'll also say if you set something, for Dungeon Masters Guild at least, if you set something as free or pay what you want, it does open you up to being able to be featured in our newsletter in like the little free section. But the rest of the newsletter is dedicated to priced PDFs. And anytime we do a sale or put together a bundle of some sort, which can really help boost sales, I look exclusively at priced PDFs. So that's another reason to value your work.
And we give very similar advice. And one thing I've told creators is, if you're expecting to make any sort of financial return from your product, don't have it as pay what you want, because the price people will typically pay is $0. So make it 99 cents. There are people that are not doing this with a motivation to make money. That's fine. You can price it free if you wish. Now, can we just tell people how the breakdown of the money that's made from a product comes? So if something sells for $10, how much does the creator get, and where does the rest of the money go?
On Dungeon Masters Guild, half of that, so $5 will go to the creator. And then, okay, it's $10, so the math is easy. $2 will go to Wizards of the Coast, or if you have like a Fantasy Grounds module, they might get some of that $2 as well. And then $3 goes to One Bookshelf for hosting Dungeon Masters Guild.
And that is exactly the same for the Chaosium community content programs, and I believe all the other ones as well. So essentially, the creator gets 50% of the whatever you sell the product for, which is very good.
You can also, if you're promoting your product on like your website or blog or social media for Dungeon Masters Guild, you can become an affiliate and have like a little add-on to the links that you're posting, and that'll eke out another 5% for you.
Yeah, they're called an affiliate link. And you just sort of add it on to the URL, don't you? It's like a set of numbers. The other interesting thing is that Drive-Thru RPG has metal rankings for the number of sales, and they go. I think copper's the lowest one. Is that like 100? Is that 100?
50.
50. Let's ask MT, because he knows all about these metal rankings. He's had products go through them all.
Yeah. Copper is 50, silver is 100, electrum is 250, gold is 500, platinum is 1,000, mithril is 2,500, and adamantine is 5,000 products.
Adamantine. And
yes.
have any DM's Guild products made it to adamantine? Do we know?
Quite a handful,
quite a few.
Actually, yes.
Quite a few.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, everyone, start doing the math in your head. 5,000 sold. You can actually, wow. So I can say that for the Miskatonic...
Michael, sorry. I was going to say, we saw an extreme example of this just recently, which I've never seen before. Keith Baker, who some of our listeners or viewers will know is the guy who invented Eberron. He just released a big book that the community had been waiting for 10 years for, really.
Okay.
230,000 words. It's a monster. It's a wonderful book. He priced the PDF at $30, and it went to adamantine in a little over a week. It sold 5,000 copies in a little over a week.
Wow.
Now that's exceptional. I've never seen that before, but yeah.
Well, I was going to say that we haven't had anything in our platforms quite get up to adamantine yet, but they're that way. But I've looked at some of these products that people have created, and you can make a fairly handsome return on the work that's done there. Now, you then, if you're doing this as a collaborative process, you'll have to work out how everybody involved gets remunerated or so, and that's entirely up to you, because you are in effect the publisher of this work. The other thing that you can do, certainly on our programs, and Lisa, you'll be able to tell us if it's on DM's Guild. At the moment, for example, there is the Cthulhu Mythos sale on Drive-Thru RPG at the moment. And it's 20% off Cthulhu Mythos stuff. Well, we sell a lot of those. All of the products that are in the Miskatonic repository at the moment are eligible to be in that sale. So that's good because it gets in front of a lot of people. People see it as a great bargain and things like that. As you are the publisher, you can go into your publisher settings and opt in or out of sales and so on and so forth. Is the same thing on the DM's Guild like that?
It is exactly the same. I will say we have a great old one bundle. So ours is ever so slightly different in language. And a lot of our sales, we will do bundles where we're actually like curating titles based on a certain theme and deeply discounting a smaller group of these themed titles.
And that's then up to the creator, right? You can decide
That
whether you
is.
want to be involved. Yeah.
Yes, and actually for these deeply discounted bundles, there is a setting that says that like just always include me if you want to in these bundles. But oftentimes we will email the creator directly just to ask if it's okay to include their title.
So our general advice to people is to say, include yourself in the sales, because then you get in front of a lot of other people with newsletters and mail outs and ads and things like
I'd
that.
endorse that. My long experience is it's always worth it. It's always worth it. I've always done very well out of sales, even if it's doing a really deep discount like 80% or something. They're well worth participating in.
Yeah, and that's definitely our experience as well. We are shortly running out of time in our panel. MT, could you give some basic advice to somebody who wants to make that first step? What would you tell somebody who has maybe been playing D&D for a while and has got a whole lot of scribbled notes there that they want to turn into something? What is the absolute next step they should take here?
Yep, this is, I've got a couple of bits of advice that I give to give out all the time. This is a little bit tailored towards adventure creation, but I think that's fine. But the first bit of advice is to get familiar with the style guide, which is published on the DM's Guild. It might sound a bit prosaic, but it's actually really important and will make your writing look so much more professional if it follows the style guide. I suggest to people in terms of adventures that you read a lot of other adventures, probably applies to everything. Actually read the classics, read adventures that are well reviewed. You know, if you want to write a novel, you read other novels. If you want to write content for D&D or for Call of Cthulhu, read other material. The third thing I suggest to people is that they use tools to make their life easier. And by tools, I mean things like it might be, for example, the templates is an example of a tool, but there's also a lot of tools that have been published, like there's something called the Tome of Adventure Design. That's just hundreds of pages of reference tables that I use all the time when I'm creating. Don't just sit there and think I've got to create all this in my head. Look around and see what there is out there to help you create. And the fourth thing I really recommend now everyone does is that our friend Ashley Warren runs a course now called the RPG Writers Workshop. That had, how many people did it this year, Lisa? Do you remember? Was it like
hundreds of people? So many people.
Thousands. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
really
incredible.
blown. It's like exponentially growing every workshop.
It's amazing. Yeah, no, it was literally in the
designed
thousands.
for your first adventure, isn't it? I think that's the pitch for that, to say help you design your first adventure.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the theme for this summer workshop. Dungeon Masters Guild also, we sponsor RPG Writer Workshop, so there's a DM's Guild dedicated track, and at the end of that, everyone who's completed the course and published their adventure on DM's Guild, we actually help promote all of those as well.
Oh, sweet.
It's kind of like a nice boost.
We're looking at doing something very similar. an interesting thing we did last year is we worked with some university students as part of their university course to publish a Call of Cthulhu adventure. So they took it from initial creation all the way through to publication as part of a course for credit at their university. And we were very excited because it won an Ennies Judges Spotlight Award this year as well. It's called Refractions of Glasston, and it's available on the Miskatonic repository. And we're looking at some ideas for that about how we could, work with other university courses and so on as well. So I mean, there's lots of great ways that you can take those first steps. Lisa, is there anything else you'd like to suggest to someone who wants to take that first step?
Well, MT listed a bunch of really great advice. Second RPG Writers Workshop. I'd say one of the hardest things is really just like getting to the point where you can hit that publish button. So I would say limiting the scope of that first thing that you want to publish. A lot of folks have that like big campaign they've always been dreaming up, but maybe start with a one shot that kind of could eventually become a series of one-shots, and you could write your campaign that way. Or maybe even start with just an encounter. If you go to the Facebook group for creators, Dungeon Masters Guild Creator Facebook group, or you get involved in the community on Twitter with hashtag DMs Guild, people are constantly using that hashtag or posting about big group projects they're doing. So you could start off writing a single encounter or a magic item or a handful of spells. How much easier does that sound? And once you get your first thing published, I think it becomes easier and easier. You kind of, it's like catch that, you get a taste of publishing, and next thing you know, you're MT Black, I guess.
Yeah, and I would just add to all of that advice, the revelation that the idea is you can actually write something and publish it, and then you can come back to it later and do a new edition. And say, hey, I'm going to do a new edition of that. And you know what? The people that first bought that, they're going to be really excited about that. They're going to say, that's fantastic. We saw that this very week with one of the things we just released on the Johnstown Compendium, the thing I talked about. But the initial one was 31 pages. It's now 118 pages. And, you think if the person had in their head, oh, I'm going to do this magnum opus, it may not have ever got done because it might just be too big. So yeah, taking those first steps are really important. So we are just about out of time. We hope that everyone has found this to be a useful discussion. We've given you some places you can go and look at in terms of taking things forward in the different community content platforms. I'm sure we're going to put them in like the links below or at the side or wherever they are when this is put up. We'll also have the contact details so you can get in touch with us if you have any things you'd like to ask. I do have to also mention that we have a special code to for people that want to actually buy something on the Chaosium site. We have a code and it is PAX Online 2020. It lasts till September the 30th and you get 10% off your order at Chaosium. So we'll put that somewhere in as well. And that does apply to the Miskatonic repository and Johnstown Compendium products as well. That's pretty good.
Well, if you want to follow Dungeon Masters Guild on social media, we have a Facebook page, a Facebook group. We're also on Twitter and Instagram at DMs, DMS_guild. And if you are enjoying your PAX Online and are going to continue enjoying it this weekend, Saturday at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, I will be on PAX 3 with a panel called The ABCs of Community Building. Hope to see you there.
Cool. Okay. I would very much like to thank Lisa and MT for joining us today in this panel. We hope that it's been really useful to everybody, and we're looking forward to seeing your creations up there on community content.
Hi, I'm Ren, one of the developers of Unpacking, the upcoming title from Australian indie studio Witchbeam. Unpacking is a Zen puzzle game about the familiar experience of pulling possessions out of boxes and fitting them into a new home. Part item Tetris, part home decoration, you are invited to create a satisfying living space while learning clues about the life you're unpacking. Over the course of 8 house moves, you are given a chance to experience a sense of intimacy with a character you never see and a story you're never told. You can play the first 2 stages of Unpacking right now in our demo, available through Steam only during PAX Online. Look forward to the full game in 2021.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp here from Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. And we're going to do a little painting, hang out with you here and enjoy PAX Online. So one of the things I love about painting miniatures is putting a little glow on them, and get a lot of questions about that. So we're going to talk about how to add a little glow to your miniature to make it pop on the tabletop. So let's just go ahead and get started and see what we can come up with here. Switch it over to my handy cam, and I've got Ultron. And I thought it would be kind of cool. I'm going to do like blue glow on him. And you can use the same sort of process that I'm going to do for blue with pretty much any color you want. What I do is I paint an off-white. Now I don't use a pure white. I use like a very yellow. And then the color of my choice, I thin down with a little bit of water. And I just carefully paint over the off-white. Now what the off-white does is it kind of gives a nice light foundation to work from for your glows. Now if I want this to be hot red glow, I'd use like yellow at this stage. I would put a yellow in there, and then I'll talk about each step as we go along. I'm going to let this dry. All right, once that's dry, I'm going to switch to an ink. Now inks are very thin, very highly pigmented paints, and I'm going to use a turquoise. And if I was doing, say I was doing hot fire, this is where I'd add my reds. If I was doing green, I'd probably start with a yellow and then add like a really dark green. Purple, I'd probably start with pink and then go with the purple ink. And like I said, any color you want, you can use the same philosophy. Kind of paint the base white, add a light color that's kind of your main body color. And add a dark ink. I'm going to put a little bit of my base blue. This is a very light blue, nice soft blue. And I'm going to put a little bit of that white in there. I'm going to sharpen my brush. I sharpen my brush by just twisting it. Just put a little line right where we want the glow to really read. Very quick, very simple. Just to give that heat, because things radiate heat from the center, at low point, and the hotter it gets, the whiter it gets. Just reframe it just like that. Now we got a nice, simple, quick glow on our Ultron. So remember, you can use that technique, you can use that same philosophy on any type of glow you want. Red glow, yellow glow, green glows are always fun to do. I like a good green glow, and blue glows. Just lay down a nice white foundation, put in your main color, use a little ink. Might be something new to you, but it's a really fun thing to play with. Really pigmented, real powerful. And do the dark outline, and then just put that little bit of hotness right back in the center. So I hope you found that enjoyable and informative, and keep enjoying PAX. And until next time, we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend Paulton what HP was, and he laughed at me, but he said it has something to do with like not dying. So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible. which it isn't, but just every morning I think it is because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds. And from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the morning lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander, Lathander,
Hi everybody and welcome to PAX Online 2020. Normally we would be greeting you in front of a live convention centre audience, but today, this year, we are all in our various homes and have a panel pre-recorded for your viewing pleasure. It is the home edition of Werewolf Live Flower Year 3. The werewolves are currently up 2 villages to 0, and we will shortly see if they can hold that winning streak. Our players today, I will introduce them to you now. First up is Kevin Powell. And when I say I'm going to introduce them, I really mean I'm going to tell them their name, and then they're going to tell you a little bit about themselves.
Sorry for the blank stare.
Hello,
Yeah, we're
Mr.
not seeing.
Kevin.
Yes. Kevin, you say something now. Hi, I'm Kevin Powell. Yeah, it may strike you as surprising after that, but I'm a professional voice actor. You can hear me in Warframe. There's multiple roles, including in their recent expansion, and also most recently in North Star Rising, which was a Bithell Games production working alongside an amazing cast.
And also on screen is Jessica Hutchinson.
That's me. Hello. I am an actor, writer, producer. I'm also doing voiceover. You can hear me in Dead Static Drive and Stormwind at the moment. But I've also just about finished post-production on a short film, which I'm very excited to share with everyone, called The Seance. And I've starred in a lockdown short film across Australia, Germany, and the UK called Strings Attached, which is just kind of mind-boggling to think about. But that's me! Hi!
Hooray! Next up we have Jimmy Riley.
Hello, my name is Jimmy. I'm a stand-up comedian. I'm a professional dungeon master, and I've done some reality TV. I have played 3 games of Werewolf now, and I'm really excited to be here.
Also on screen, Gemma Duncan.
Hello, I am Gemma Duncan. My pronouns are she, her. I am a comedian and a performer and a celebrant for people who want exciting weddings without the boring bullshit. And I also foster cats through Cheltenham Cat Rescue.
Aww.
I have a 14-year-old tabby cat called Solomon who might come and join us, but he probably won't because he's in front of the heater right now. That's better than this.
Thank you. Next up we have Elizabeth Donald.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I'm a cast member of the show Completely Improvised Potter, and I'm also a PhD student. All of those things are currently being done in lockdown from home right now. So, yeah.
Thanks, Elizabeth. And Daryl Brown.
Yes, Daryl, or Tabletop Out There, as it's sort of known on Twitter. That's my better known online presence. I am an enthusiastic board game talker and occasionally designer. And yeah, I'm currently in lockdown doing Sweet Hell.
Thank you, Daryl. Next up we have Becky Broughton.
Hi, I'm Becky. I also go by Lilia in a lot of my online appearances. I'm a game developer studying game design and serious game design at USC in Queensland. I've not got much on my plate at the moment because it's all quiet at the moment, but hoping to get into more game development soon.
Excellent. Thanks, Becky. Finally, also on screen, we have me, Dave Dowds. I'm a voice actor, copy editor, IT professional, and the owner of Werewolf Melbourne. I've been running Werewolf Live at various pubs, homes, and other venues across Melbourne for the last 5 to 6 years, and more recently, Games Online. This is the 3rd year that I've run Werewolf Live at PAX. Now, to explain how the game works is a very special guest, me. Hi everyone, it's Dave from Werewolf Melbourne, here to tell you about the rules of Werewolf. Werewolf is a game of social deception and deduction for 7 to 20-ish players, with 10 to 15 being a good number. Some of the players are secretly werewolves, while the rest are human villagers trying to find them. The werewolves know who each other are, but the humans do not. Sometimes there are other teams, but we'll skip that for today. The game is played in 2 parts, a day phase and a night phase. During the day, players can talk freely, ask each other questions, and nominate another player who they think might be a werewolf. That player has a short time to defend themselves, then the other players vote to either execute or spare them. If enough players vote to execute, that player dies. If not, the day continues, time permitting. If a player dies, the village finds out if they are a human or a werewolf, the day ends and night begins. During the night phase, all players close their eyes, then players with certain roles are called upon to perform an action. Werewolves are woken up and collectively agree on a player to eat that night. Some werewolves are more advanced and have extra powers, like turning a human into a werewolf, getting a bonus night kill, hiding from detection, or killing whoever nominated them if they get executed. Some human roles also get a chance to act during the night. A seer can check another player to see if they're a werewolf or a human, a bodyguard can choose a player to protect from the werewolves, and a troublemaker can cause a double execution the next day. Other human roles have a passive or triggered power. A hunter can shoot another player when they die, a mayor's vote counts as 2, while the diseased villager stops the werewolves from hunting the following night. There are many more roles for both teams, and a few roles that have their own agenda. In the morning, all players woke up and find out who, if anyone, died overnight. The next day starts, and the game continues. The humans win the game when all the werewolves are dead, while the werewolves win when there's at least as many werewolves left alive as humans. Now, these rules are right for the game I'm running today, but roles and rules, especially how voting works, will vary from group to group, so check with your local moderator if you're unsure. And now, on to the game. And now that everyone knows how the game works, let's get started. I've privately given each of our players one of the roles that I talked about. They all know who they are. They know who they are a werewolf or not. So we will begin with Night 0, the night where the werewolves are introduced to each other. Everybody, please mute your microphones and close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Werewolves, please greet your other werewolves. There are this many werewolves. You will see this many other werewolves. Thank you, werewolves. Please close your eyes. It's morning. Everybody, please wake up.
That werewolf sounds suspiciously like a chicken.
It is morning. Welcome to the town of Floweru once again. There has been a recent spate of animal attacks, disappearances, and I, a paranormal investigator, have been brought in, and I have found telltale clues of a werewolf presence in Floweru. It is up to you.
Here in Floweru?
Again?
Happens
They
every
just
year.
can't stay away.
Elected.
Is it the stunning sunsets? Is it the attractive fish and chip shop down the street? Who knows?
Is it the weird absence of silver weapons?
It is up to you to decide who the werewolves are and vote them out. Discuss.
I don't believe in werewolves. There's none here. And if there were, then they wouldn't dare be here. They'd go to the next town over. So we shouldn't kill anyone.
Why are you all of a sudden putting on an accent now?
I've
Yesterday you were talking to me just normal.
I'm just waiting for Travis to go. We'll fight off werewolves, and I don't need to wear a mask.
No!
I've got to say, after 2 years of werewolf attacks, saying that you don't believe in werewolves is exactly the kind of misdirection that a werewolf would apply in this situation to defend themselves in the face of evidence.
David has a point.
Only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
What?
that a reference to something I don't understand?
Emma, you
settled
need to
this
watch
down
the
after-
Italian Job. The original one. The one where he has to bury another Batman.
I don't want to bury another Batman.
Don't want to bury another
I don't
Batman.
want to put him on his pointy ears.
Yeah, their little capes. No.
What are you talking about?
You failed to maintain your facade.
I think what we're trying to say, Gemma, is that we're kind of suspicious that you're straight out the gate very confident in the fact that werewolves shouldn't be here just because.
Why would
Werewolf
they
Central.
come here?
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, Kevin was very quick to throw an accusation or throw a suspicion around, which is exactly the type of thing that also a werewolf would do.
I've learned from the patterns of the last 2 years. I'm quick on defense here. We don't have time to dilly-dally.
And that
If this
kind
was
of
landing on the-
misdirection, Jimmy, that kind of misdirection, Jimmy, is precisely what a werewolf would do.
You know
And
what,
in the
like,
interest
a
of the
werewolf
past
would do,
2
what you're
years, you
doing
don't
right now.
trust guests.
I
This
feel
has
like
killed
I
everybody
just
the
say
last
sorry.
2 years.
Law of averages. I couldn't possibly be a werewolf this time.
Couldn't
That's not how
possibly.
that works. That's
I
not
feel
how
like-
maths works.
I really feel like I need to point
When they
out
come
that
back.
I need to say something, otherwise my silence is going to go as suspicion of being a werewolf.
It's just what a werewolf would
Just turn around and go.
Well,
Babu, babu, babu.
You know who has been very quiet through this whole conversation?
Yeah, no, but that's very like her.
I'm just sad because my chickens are dead. They were eaten in the
Aw.
night. They were eaten in the night by something.
Midnight snack?
Well, that's why you got to have
No, wait, wait.
cows.
No, I'm just a humble farmer villager who is grieving the loss of his chickens.
Ah.
Did they try to get delivered to you in the USPS and because they didn't deliver it on time because of all the strikes, is that why your chickens died?
No, unfortunately, they were mauled.
Okay, well that's different.
The malls are closed at the moment. This is a stage 4 lockdown.
I'm really, really sorry for your loss. That's really sad.
It's just what someone who was trying not to be a werewolf would say too.
How dare you use my grief against me? Just something a werewolf would do.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't trust Jimmy. I think it's Jimmy's turn to be a fucking werewolf.
To be fair, you say that every year.
I'm so sorry. I just swore you.
No, like to be fair, like it's not that I don't see your point of view, right?
It's just that you're a werewolf, Jess.
It would be really funny if I was a werewolf again, but I'm not.
She is quite finger pointing.
I mean, Jimmy was kind of circling the conversation earlier, sort of in what you could call a lupine kind of way, just waiting for the right moment to just
No,
get in
no,
there
mate,
and-
you're thinking of sharks.
You know,
I thought it was velociraptors.
That's what I do. I run the fish and chip shop.
Yeah.
I run the bakery.
It's a
Don't tell me we've got a problem with were sharks too.
listen, once
Where's
again,
sharks?
I think I'm the village drunkard.
The one on the left is the one you worry about. He
Who's
never seems to know what's going on. No, the left shark.
right.
Jesus. I'd forgotten all about Left Shark, and I think I was happier for
To
it.
be fair, with the current restrictions, it's now 83 years ago. So it's easy enough to forget about left shark.
Yes, but, you know, you have to have your left shark several meters to the other side of you. Can't
We
have
need-
it
Yeah.
too close these days.
Is it a baby though?
Baby.
Is it a baby
Do,
shark?
do, and
What did you
No,
do?
please don't start with Baby Shark.
Okay,
Um,
I mean, really, have we actually got anything to worry about werewolves? I mean, we're all isolated in our own homes. None of them.
I'm worried about
So
chickens.
yeah, so
Werewolves
We
have
can
been
go
breaking.
without eggs for a while.
this happens every round of werewolf for the first time. It's impossible. Okay.
I
As
think
long as my mead is intact, we're fine. Almost said weed just then.
As long as both of those things are intact, it's fine.
Exactly.
Do we have any nominations for today?
I nominate Elizabeth. Too quiet, too calm.
Too chicken.
No, I don't think
Too
she would eat
unchicken.
her own chickens.
Too unchicken.
I don't think she would eat her own chickens.
I have
What
a
else would you have
nomination.
them for?
I have a nomination for Elizabeth. Elizabeth will now have a short moment to defend themselves. Then everyone will vote on if they think Elizabeth is a werewolf. If more than half of the people vote yes, then Elizabeth will be executed and you will find out if they are a werewolf or not. Elizabeth.
I have to nominate someone
You can nominate someone afterwards.
if I survive.
If you survive, yes.
Alright. When does my defense start?
Now.
As I told all of you, I am just a humble villager. I provide eggs for the village. And I was just as shocked as the rest of the village to wake up and not only hear of the death of another villager, but also to see the death of my chickens. I don't know what else to say. It wasn't me. I have taken the tactic of sitting back and silently observing all of you to see who is acting suspicious. And although I am not allowed to make a accusation right now, you can be sure that I have one up my sleeve, ready for...
Is she allowed to point a finger while she's defending?
Oh, yeah, sure thing.
I can point a finger?
Yes.
I mean, like, hold up my sign?
Yes.
The finger points.
Oh, no, you can...
I think he's been overly active in jumping in to accuse people, and in my experience of werewolf attacks, I find that this is the tactic most often taken by the person wanting to take attention off themselves. Therefore, that is my suspicion.
So you have experience with werewolf attacks?
Yes.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
They killed me earlier.
I will now ask...
I was looking at Jess, but now that she's said that, I'm like... Oh.
I will now ask, after I finish counting down from 3, for everyone else who wishes to execute Elizabeth to raise their hand, and for everyone else who doesn't wish to execute Elizabeth not to raise their hand. There are 6 living players, so 4 raised hands will mean an execution. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm sorry, did you say 6 living?
1. There are 6 living players who aren't Elizabeth. Elizabeth can't vote for herself. 1 vote is not enough. The day continues. Any other nominations?
So Jimmy, what were you up to last night?
Look, I spent a lot of time in the barn churning butter.
It's the villager, Ron Jeremy.
I bet you were.
which I mean, it sounds like a euphemism because it is. I was real busy. Yeah, look, I mean, certainly I was a long distance away from the chicken farm because if you're covering your chicken in butter, I feel like that's something continental you need to do. What were you doing last night, Jess?
I was at the pub.
Me? I didn't see you there.
Oh, the village drunk can't corroborate
I was
you.
pretty drunk. I was pretty drunk.
You would have heard me. I only want to hear you, you ding dong!
You know what? Normally, when I'm getting up early to make the bread for the day, nice loaves and everything for everyone, I go to work as the pub is closing. I saw Becky leaving the pub. I did not see you leaving the pub.
Because I was already, like, going to bed.
Because you were already eating chickens.
No.
Hang on, aren't we in the pub right now? I don't remember leaving.
That does explain the copious
I
amounts
didn't
of
drink.
alcohol.
Do you remember much of anything?
When did you move here?
Any other nominations for today?
Who did you move here?
Why did you move?
Okay, right. What's
So-
to do with Kevin?
Yeah, Elizabeth, do you feel like making a nomination against Kevin officially?
Am I only allowed to make one nomination for the whole game?
One per day.
One per day. Okay, I nominate Kevin.
Certainly. Kevin, please defend yourself.
Certainly. I mean, I've been active in these conversations because as a village carpenter, I understand that to create a strong defense, you can't be tardy. I did wait to see who would step into the ring first, but I'm no werewolf by any stretch. I built your pens. And I'm sad to see that your chickens have gone, but they were sturdy coops. So this thing here is a beast, to be sure, but it's not me.
Can't have been that sturdy if they were got in the middle of the night.
Sorry, my budget doesn't normally extend to defenses against supernatural 8-foot creatures. Most clients aren't willing to pay for that with a coop.
Oh, they are, do you?
Ooh.
I've read books, yes. Well, one. Well, it was actually a picture on a piece of paper, but it had like an arrow in it.
Anything else, Kevin?
No, I'm going to build a simple, sturdy structure for my defense and let it stand to speak for me.
Now accepting votes as for Elizabeth. Ray, after I finish counting from 3, raise your hand if you would like to execute Kevin, and don't raise your hand if you would like Kevin to continue living. 3, 2, 1, go. 2, 3, still not enough.
Oh, look at her hesitating there. It's like...
What's a finger? Is it a hand or not?
No.
It's a I'll get you next time gadget. If I find that your shoddy construction is actually...
Shoddy?
The day has gone on quite long.
Shit.
It sure has.
I'm great.
And the day draws to a close with the village unable to find any suitable candidates for today. Everybody please mute your mics and close your eyes. Bodyguard, please open your eyes. Each night, the bodyguard can protect any player in the village, including themselves, from a werewolf attack, but they cannot protect the same player 2 nights in a row. Bodyguard, who would you like to protect tonight? Thank you, bodyguard. Please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Werewolves, each night you go hunting in the village and kill somebody. Werewolves, who would you like to kill tonight? Thank you, werewolves. Please close your eyes. It's morning. Everybody wakes up.
I miss Kevin Costner.
You wake up, you have your breakfasts, and as you're having your breakfasts, you hear a terrified scream coming from Jess and Daryl's place in town.
We run to that.
Running over, Jess discovers that Daryl has been brutally eaten to death during the night.
Delicious.
The one pairing where you can do that.
Oh my god.
I
cardiopulmonary.
I'm pretty sure he's missing half his intestines at least.
Yes.
Oh, he's got an arm off.
Very gruesome scene.
I never got to make out the tell about my character. Let's go for something later.
I think it's a cardiopulmonary situation.
Oh, it's a cardiopulmonary submission.
Sorry, that was too good an opportunity to pass up.
No, that was correct.
No, that was awesome.
A plus.
The werewolves have struck again. Dun,
It's okay, Nix. I'm not really dead. It's all right. She's got concerns.
Their heads did go up quite substantially when I screamed no.
Yeah. She's looking over at me. She's like, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Concerned puppy is concerned.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Very sweet.
That's all the
Okay.
coming up. It's really fresh.
All right, so are we meeting up to discuss this? Because I have a terrible hangover.
I think we really have to.
Yeah, I can't really see a way around that.
To the pub!
This is one of those situations when you find out about what people really think when you die. It's like, should we meet up? No, I guess. But do we have to?
We're in a terrible situation.
It's terrible. I mean, the government did say that we can't meet together for funerals, but I mean, really, we got together for a drink last night.
That's less than
Funerals?
How bad it was then. Maybe now we should just hold your memorial via Zoom.
What's a Zoom?
It's when you run really fast through the village.
No, it's when you fly on a paper aeroplane and you fly it, zoom to the next house, then they write their memorial there, and then they zoom it across to the next one.
I like that. That's a good gag. Okay.
I take it we're all gathered now.
Yes.
I'm not. I'm quite separated. There's a bit of me there, and a bit of me there, and a bit of me there.
So, Jess, given that you lived in the house with Daryl, did you not see or hear the werewolf?
Nope.
Thus?
Nothing.
Nothing. But I am thinking that it would be really convenient if Kevin were a werewolf or if Jimmy were a werewolf and they were trying to team up to like shift suspicion, because they originally blamed you, Elizabeth, and it would have been very easy to murder you last night as the one that had the first accusation marked against them. So to really throw people off, it made a lot of sense probably to kill my poor owlbear.
Look, Jess of the Wavering Hand, there's another reason why they wouldn't kill me either, which is with 3 votes, nearly 4 to kill me. Of course they're gonna leave me alive. So suspicion. I'm their patsy now.
Well, I don't
Why
understand.
kill him
Can
when
you
the
explain
humans
that
can do
again?
it for him?
We also had a bodyguard, don't forget. The bodyguard could help to protect you.
No, Kevin, can you say that again? I didn't understand it.
Of course, like at the risk of telegraphing this, whatever that is actually, in a medieval village, at the risk of telling the werewolves.
At the risk of carrier pigeoning it.
Yes, at the risk of carrier pigeoning it. There are 3, nearly 4 votes against me, so most of you blighters think that I'm the werewolf. So of course the werewolves aren't going to kill me because you leave me around to make me look like a werewolf.
All right.
He's all right, Patsy.
I see what you're saying.
That makes a scary amount of sense.
That's exactly what a werewolf would say, Jimmy.
There's only so many times you can play that particular
Yes, I do
track.
agree
you
that that
know.
poor man over there seems like a patsy. Gee golly gosh, mister, it's a fantastic point.
I do want to point
out.
I do want to point out at this point that Jess has both come up with the plan to throw suspicion off the werewolf.
My partner got murdered. Did you not hear me cry?
Yeah, no, but no one. Why didn't you hear when it was happening?
And it's also.
Well, to be fair, he does have a sleep apnea machine, so it probably would have been really easy for him to have just had that disconnected. And
What is
then...
a sleep apnea machine?
We don't have telegraphs, but we do have.
It's when you get the bill of a duck and you put it over your mouth at night, and the duck helps you breathe so that you don't have a heart attack or a stroke because you're not getting enough oxygen into your lungs.
Snake yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is absolutely a grief-stricken moment for you to have the person that you share so much property with, so much property and wealth, to have had them die.
Ah.
That person that you share all of those material belongings with is now dead.
Yeah.
That's tragic. I really feel for you. I grieve. I
mean,
grieve.
I guess I'm going to have to carry on his legacy and create my own board game cafe where people can go and play games and remember him for the good times.
What's a board game?
Cafe. It's where you go to have both a beverage and you get to play on the surface of a table a variety of games.
Oh, it's a jig.
Yeah.
A drunken jig.
Oh, like the Beast with Two
Never
Bats.
heard of it.
You know, a good way to take attention off yourself would be to murder your own partner, because you would be the last suspect.
Yeah.
That's exactly what a werewolf would say.
Okay, you're throwing that card around a lot.
Yeah, but to be fair, right? I would like to point out, did I act this way the last time I was a werewolf? Because I don't believe I did.
I don't remember.
Wait, hang on a minute. The last time you were a werewolf?
Yeah, in a previous life, one of my descendants just happened to be a werewolf.
So are you a werewolf or a witch? Because neither of those really end well.
Or if you go and you get the scales, and I can go get the duck from the bedroom, and if we weigh me next to the duck, then we should know whether I'm a witch.
There's two potential options here. Someone's framing you to make you look like the werewolf.
Oh, they're fucking framing me, 100%. Second time I've sworn.
Or you've tried to make it appear like you couldn't possibly be the werewolf.
I do.
Nah. I'm not good enough for that, to be perfectly honest. But every time that I've been accused of being a werewolf in the past, and it may or may not have been true as far as my ancestors are concerned, I get very anxious. Right now, I'm not anxious. Right now, I'm more like, okay, who's trying to screw me over?
Yeah, but
Could that be the benefit of that acting?
You were just telling us before that you have done lots of games like this before, where you masquerade and you deceive.
Look, what goes on in my bedroom between me and my ex-partner is none of your business.
Wait, he's an ex?
Well, he's dead.
Don't you mean
I mean, you expect me to carry on the charade? Oh, honey, you're looking very stiff tonight.
That linguistic shift was awfully quick.
Yeah.
Like premeditated, you could say.
Yeah. That's exactly what a werewolf would say.
Ah.
All right, that's it. That is. I
cannot with you two. I don't even know.
I really wish I had a pair of sunglasses right now so I could just do a weekend.
To be fair, if you try to accuse me right now of being a werewolf, that's a fucking disgusting thing to do to someone who's grieving. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Put you out of misery.
And yeah, that's the
like
clincher for me.
You're not allowed back in my fish and chip shop ever.
Well, you know what? You can't get a bun, so no chip butties for you.
I would like to formally accuse and nominate Jess.
I have a nomination for Jess.
That's convenient. Is this where I get to defend myself?
Yes, please.
Cool. So I'm going to play a really interesting tactic right now, because it definitely means that I will probably die tonight no matter what. I'm the bodyguard, everyone. So if you kill me...
What's the bodyguard?
Now...
What's the bodyguard?
She protects us.
Yeah. So you kill me. You
Didn't
kill
do a
me.
good job
You
protecting
got no
your
protection.
partner.
Yeah, because I protected myself last night.
Is that, and I'm referencing a famous quote here, but is that possibly something a werewolf might say?
I don't know, but if you kill me, you're never going to know who's going to be protected tonight and may survive tomorrow. And that's why I think I'm going to die anyway, because even if I can't protect myself 2 nights in a row. So if you don't kill me now, the werewolves will definitely kill me tonight, unless they don't want to look suspicious.
Unless you're the werewolf.
But I'm not.
So if you survive tonight...
If I survive tonight, it means that
you're a werewolf.
It means I also get to keep someone else safe.
But if you survive tonight, you're a werewolf.
Yeah, but look, seriously, I've admitted that I'm the bodyguard. If I don't get killed, it's going to look really suspicious.
I've got 2 questions.
Sure.
Question number 1, can the bodyguard protect the same person 2 nights in a row?
Nope.
No.
That's why I will most likely die tonight, because I protected myself last night.
Is anyone else laying claim to being the bodyguard? Like, if she's lying, Now's your chance to come
Wait.
forward.
Didn't we say if someone asks if you're the bodyguard or if someone asks if you know who the werewolves are, then you should be suspicious of them?
Why?
We said if someone asks how many werewolves there are and you know the answer, don't tell them. Because
Why?
only the
How many
werewolves know how many
werewolves
werewolves there are.
I don't know.
I
I'm just saying,
Here's the
you're
thing.
Gemma's the one asking.
No, she's
could-
saying she's the bodyguard,
Yes.
but I don't know if I believe her. So is anyone else?
By asking, is anyone else going to lay claim to it, you could say that she's flushing out the actual bodyguard as a werewolf.
That's what I was thinking.
No, because
Exactly, I'm with you on
you're
that
just
one.
going to kill me tonight. But if you kill me now, I can't protect a different person. And
But
prove
you
my
do get
point.
the satisfaction of being right.
Well, if no one else is saying they're the bodyguard, then I don't know what to believe.
If
I see
this
what
is my
Jess
argument.
is saying.
If the werewolves really want to throw me under the bus and actually keep me
bus?
safe, it's like a carriage that lots of people can take.
Right.
Under the wagon.
If someone wants to throw me if the werewolves want to throw me under the wagon, there's two choices they have in front of them. Right, if you don't kill me now, okay? Either they kill me tonight, which prevents me from keeping anybody else safe tonight.
If you are in fact the bodyguard.
Or if they don't kill me tonight, it means that they're still trying to apportion blame towards me as a suspicious party, and I can still keep somebody else safe. And then I can help you guys try and figure out who the werewolves are. I still think it's Kevin and Jimmy. Jimmy's got a real sus look on his face, and Kevin's just a little too freaking confident right now.
Jess, anything else for your defense?
Yeah, I mean, I know that either you're going to kill me tonight or the werewolves are going to kill me tonight. I know that's pretty much what's going to happen. But sucks to be you guys, because I'm the bodyguard, and you're not going to have a bodyguard if you kill me.
Thank you, Jess. It is now time to vote on Jess. After I finish counting down from 3, raise your hand if you would like to execute Jess. If you would like to not execute Jess, don't raise your hand.
You're all stuck.
3, 2, 1, go. 1. 1 is not enough. 2 is also not enough.
Oh, now that is interesting.
Are there any other nominations for today?
Jess, are you going to nominate Kevin or Jimmy?
It's between Kevin, Jimmy, and Elizabeth right now.
Well, I got what I needed out
I
of that
can-
little
I can
experiment, so I've got a
affirm
nomination.
I'm just a villager. And I believe that Jess is the bodyguard, given her answers and her conviction. And I also kind of, when she said that Jimmy had a suspicious look on his face, I looked over at him. And like,
This is just how I look. I'm naturally.
Poor Jimmy.
I'm
Nah, you've got an extra swagger about you right now that you didn't have last year.
Oh.
Might I make a formal nomination?
You sure, mate?
He's Bilbo Swaggins.
There's one person here now who's been very, very quick to put their hand up for voting. I got what I needed out of that last experiment, and it's young. Let's see if we can get this reading.
Here we go.
All right, I have a nomination of Jimmy. Jimmy, you have a short time to defend yourself.
I've got no defense. I mean, I would love to be honest with you and tell you that I am actually the bodyguard and that Jess has been lying to you. But it's very clear that now you're not going to believe me when I tell you that. And
Wow.
Yes.
when you had a chance.
Wow. Okay, guys, there's a werewolf right there. 100%. Oh my god. I'm so happy I played that card now because you just flushed yourself right out there, didn't you? Ooh, the little werewolf, he's just flushed himself right out there.
I think Jimmy needs to finish.
What's going on there, though?
So, I mean, yeah, look, I mean, I don't have a defense because, as Jess has pointed out, there's no way you're going to believe me. So, I mean, I want to
What was
protect
your reason for not saying it when I asked before?
because, as Jess said, the second that the bodyguard is outed, the werewolves are going to get them. Absolutely. There's
So you
no
were trying to
question
figure-
about that. I feel like revealing that at that point, absolutely no use. The main problem with this now is, like I said, I can't convince you because Jess has already said that she's the bodyguard, and you all believe that.
You
I
sneaky bastard.
So I will see you.
I don't know what I believe.
But why is he sneaky, Jess?
Isn't a bodyguard's job to protect people?
Yes,
because I am the actual bodyguard. It's on my chat record right there. I am the bodyguard. He's pulling this shit because he knows that they're going to kill me tonight if we don't. Oh my god!
I think it's still Jimmy because there's a difference in like the facial expression. When Jess was nominated, she looked shocked, right? When
Of course I'm not
Jimmy
shocked.
was nominated, he was
course
like,
I'm I'm trying to protect everyone, and I'm trying to put the way things are in the right order and perspective. And there's no way out of this. I accept.
But you didn't really seem outraged when Jess was making all her claims that she was the bodyguard. Like, even if you didn't want to give up that you were the real bodyguard, you still could have questioned her more.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but there's not a lot of point, right? I mean, when the first person
Because it doesn't change what's on the menu tonight.
Yeah, exactly. When the person admits to being one of the special roles, they are instantly a target. And
Yeah, and you know what? I was convinced everyone was going to raise their hands against me, so that's why I was like, well, what else have I got to goddamn lose?
right, they didn't now, right? So now either way, we're gonna.
Good person.
Either way,
You're a werewolf.
Either way, we're gonna lose the.
Oh, I know I'm going to die
losing the
tonight.
bodyguard.
I know I'm going to die tonight. It's fine.
Anything else? Jimmy, anything else?
I will be able to protect someone.
All right. It is time to vote for Jimmy. After I finish counting down from 3, raise your hands to execute Jimmy. Keep your hand lowered to let Jimmy live. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is going to be enough. Jimmy, the town has decided that you are not trustworthy. How would you like to die?
Oh well, I'm gonna put forward a vat of butter, of which I was churning, and I'm going to drown myself or be drowned in the butter.
Jimmy is put headfirst into a giant vat of butter. He can't eat his way out because it's been churned so well, it's just way too thick. And so Jimmy asphyxiates, suffocates, one of those two. It's
Drowning?
a little.
Drowning?
Can you drown in a
liquid
solid?
still.
I don't think you can drown in a solid.
It's not
Jimmy
really solid,
dies.
though. It's movable, it's a liquid still.
Viscous,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
Jimmy dies, and it turns out that he was, in fact, a werewolf.
I love that one of the most baffling questions is
Hang
what's
on,
the
wait,
correct
what
word
did
for
you say?
flying in butter?
Was a werewolf.
See? See? I told you.
Wait, you were a werewolf?
I was a
He
werewolf.
was. I'm really sorry because it probably means I am going to die tonight. But I did want to say, in your face! In your face!
You all have a bit of a party and you go to sleep. Everybody, please mute your mics and close your eyes.
I'm so scared to go to bed.
Bodyguard, please open your eyes. Bodyguard, who would you like to protect tonight that you did not protect last night? Thank you, Bodyguard. Please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Werewolves, who would you like to murder tonight? Thank you, werewolves. Please close your eyes. Now, this is when, normally, if I was running this game in real life, I would quietly tap this player on the shoulder and let them know that they were dead. And then I would go like this. Kevin, please open your eyes. Kevin, you've been killed. While you are dying, you have just enough time to let off one arrow. Thank you, Kevin. It's morning. Everybody, please open your eyes. We find that Kevin has died during the night. We also find that Gemma has died during the night.
What?
Oh my god.
Don't want to die.
Oh my god.
Hang on, what?
Who wants to live forever?
Pardon?
Oh,
Who wants to live forever? As you investigate Kevin's house, you find that he is in pieces and there is blood and tufts of fur everywhere. And there is one spent crossbow by his bed.
So he's a hunter?
So he's a hunter. Inventing ballistics, you follow the path of the crossbow to Gemma's house, where Gemma is lying in bed with a crossbow bolt in her chest. Gemma is dead.
Oh my god.
Can I address the ghost of Kevin?
Gemma is also a werewolf.
Oh my god.
The werewolves are dead. The villagers win.
Yay!
Hey!
The ghost of Kevin will now take further apologies.
Yeah, do you know what I did last night? I did this. I was like, I don't know who to pick, and I went with Elizabeth, and I didn't know how to trust, and I was like, oh no, and I could have protected you, and I did it. But then you won us the game, so I'm sorry. #sorry, not sorry.
I would just like to point out that I got to a point just there where I was like, it's either Elizabeth or Jess, and both of them have been nominated previously. It's not me. Which one of those two is it?
Oh my god. Dave, you bastard, because when you said that Kevin had died in the night, I'm just sitting there going, I protected the wrong person. Clearly Elizabeth killed him. I fucked it up for all of us. We're all going to be dead. I've killed my entire village.
We're all going to die, man. We're all going to die.
Next me?
I fully did not believe Jess was the bodyguard.
I did.
Because I heard during nighttime, someone, right when the bodyguard was supposed to be awake, someone was squeaking on a whiteboard. And the only one I could remember having a whiteboard was Kevin. So I was like, Kevin must be the bodyguard. What's going on?
Jess was writing on post-it notes.
Yeah, it's just a marker.
It sounded like a whiteboard.
It did a little bit.
It just sounded like one of those thick markers.
If I can ask a game question, Kevin's role in that, the hunter, how does that work mechanically?
When the hunter dies, they automatically shoot one other player immediately.
But they only die if they're a
one other
werewolf, though,
player.
right?
Okay. So
Yes.
Not necessarily the werewolf that has.
No.
Okay.
No, there is a role. There is a role that does that. Called in roles and roles will vary from group to group. In our group, there is a role called the lumberjack. If the werewolves kill the lumberjack at night, the lumberjack will kill a random one of the werewolves.
Who was the lumberjack?
There isn't a lumberjack in this game, but it is a role that exists.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Only he
The
just sleeps
hunter
all night
just
and works
blindly shoots somebody or shoots someone they think is suspicious, and in this case, Kevin chose wisely.
I was very scared because the last time I was just a villager, I laughed so much that you guys lynched me, convincing yourselves that I was a werewolf.
I can't. Congratulations, villagers! First time in the history that this event has been run. But also, yeah, that was incredibly well played, Jess. I can't fault you for getting me on that.
All right, man. That was a Hail Mary and a half. I was like, if I don't say what I am right now, you're either going to kill me now and I miss out on a chance to protect someone,
Yeah.
or you don't kill me now and you believe me and I can go and protect someone tonight.
I was
And then I protected the wrong person, but the right person who died anyway ended up protecting us. So
I only voted for
Me and
Jimmy.
I were the only two that voted. I was like, shit, I shouldn't have done that. I'm going to see us working together.
No,
I was convinced that you were all going to be like, that's it, Gemma's out next.
No, the two of you, the first day, Gemma voted, and then shortly after, Jimmy noticed that Gemma was voting, Jimmy voted, and that's what got it to 3. And then Jess was sort of like, and then yeah, day 2, Jimmy voted, and then Gemma, you voted just after he did. It really needs to be 1, 2, 3, go, and then no more votes.
Because it was her first time playing with us.
Yes.
Gemma, that's what threw me because I thought you were the werewolf, but at the very start of the game you defended me, and I was like, a werewolf wouldn't defend me. She'd throw me under the bus.
No,
that's happened before.
Jess, the next time you're a bodyguard, you don't need to tell anyone who you protected last night.
yeah, but it was worth pointing out because if they saved me, if the mob didn't lynch me or drown me in butter or in the deep fryer,
Of your choice.
and I was able to survive to that night. I wanted it to be really clear that I had saved myself the night before, because if I survived that night, I didn't want the accusation to be, oh well, you just saved yourself type thing. So
But of course you could save yourself. That would be fine. That would be sort of proving you were a bodyguard.
no, because you can't save the same person.
No, you can't. But nobody
They
except
don't know
you and
that.
me and everybody watching knew that you'd saved yourself on night 1.
Yeah, but I was convinced that the werewolves were going to kill me last night. So
The werewolves tried to kill anyone who was protected by the bodyguard.
Yes, it just doesn't work. So nobody dies.
Oh, so who did they try to kill that was protected?
Nobody.
Oh,
But they can.
Okay, they can.
We could have tried, but it just wouldn't have done anything. Then we would have woken up and there's no one dead.
Yeah, exactly. And then you would have gone, somebody,
The
the bodyguard probably saved themselves on night 1, we'll hit them again.
Oh dear.
You were so invested, Gemma. So invested in those reactions.
Jessica's reactions.
No, your reactions to everything.
Oh.
Yeah, you're a good
Like,
liar.
It was really
Hey.
just watching you. You're like, something's happened. Then I'm gonna go to 11.
That wasn't 11. You think I was 11? Jess was 11.
it's 11 though.
Yeah, you are always 11.
I felt like Jess's reaction was genuine outrage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't seem like
Yeah. Normally, if I have to lie when I'm the werewolf, I'm too anxious to be that bold about it. So I'm just like, no, guys, this is really stressful. Stop accusing me, okay? It's just really mean.
And then everyone closes their eyes and she goes,
Thank you, everybody, for playing. Congratulations, villagers, for finally getting a win on the board.
I did so much.
Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll do Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll do No, I still can't get those words.
Don't watch anybody.
Thanks, everybody, for watching. I hope you enjoyed the home edition of Werewolf Live. We'll just check with each of our players to see if there's anything that they wish to plug. Same order, starting with Kevin.
Yeah, you can find out about what I'm doing at the moment with developing voice games for Alexa over at alexa.kevinpower.com if you're curious. Otherwise, you can find me on most socials as voiceover_AU.
Thank you, Kevin. Jess?
Hey, you can check out information about the 2 short films I mentioned at the beginning, both on Facebook. I believe Dave has the linky dinks. And you can come and follow me on social media too, at Rarely Updated on both Instagram and Twitter.
Thank you, Jess. Jimmy?
You can book me to run your tabletop game of choice through www.gm4hire.com.au, and you can find me on the socials as roleplay_James.
Thanks, Jimmy. Gemma?
Hello, you can find me at Gemma Celebrant on Instagram. I'm not really on Twitter. Soz. If you would like me to marry you, then get in touch. I can't marry anyone right now because we're in lockdown, but I can take a booking, and once we get back to stage 3, I can sign your notice of intended marriage and do a sweet little elopement. So
Aww.
get on that.
Thanks, Gemma. Elizabeth?
You like Harry Potter and you like comedy and you like improv, then you should follow Completely Improvised Potter on Instagram and Facebook.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Becky?
Yeah, there's not much for me to plug. You can, in the beginning on my title card, you saw there was the itch.io website. That's where I put any games that I've developed for my game design course. Also on Instagram, you can see anything I do uploaded for cosplay or game design. Yeah.
Thanks, Becky. Daryl?
You can find me tabletop out there on all the socials, though I only really use Twitter, really. Yeah, see silly stuff.
Thanks, Daryl. And thank you to everyone at home for watching. I hope you enjoyed our show. Maybe some of you played along and were able to guess who the werewolves were. If you'd like me to run Werewolf for you, for your group of friends, please check out the website at werewolfmelbourne.com. We're also on Facebook at werewolfmelb, and I'm on Twitter at capdef. Finally, a huge thanks to my players who were able to make it through today. Thank you all so much for being here and joining me.
We love you.
Well done!
Oh, we did it. I'm going to start recording now.
Bye.